I'm going to call the meeting to order. It is now 7 p.m. on the dot, and this is the regular meeting of the Kaneland Board of Education. We would like to inform all board meeting attendees that this meeting is being live streamed and archived for access at any time by our community members on the internet within 24 to 48 hours of the meeting's conclusion. At this time, I'll ask Board Member McCulley to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and a roll call, please.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Mr. Kleisner.
Here.
Mr. Cook.
Here.
Dr. Lawler.
Here.
Mr. Mankivsky.
Here.
Mr. McCauley.
Here.
Mrs. Simmons. Here.
All right, with 7 members present, we have a quorum. Is there anything the board would like to move from consent agenda to new business? Okay, hearing none. I'd like to amend the agenda to include the Illinois Open Meeting Act, Section 2C9, student disciplinary cases, to the closed session portion of the meeting. So at this point, I will now entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and a roll call, please.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Mankivsky.
Aye.
All right, 7-0, the amended agenda is approved. It's now time for the board/superintendent salutes, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Layden.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board President Gonzalez. Proud tonight to share 2 salutes, but just one reminder for our board members from the IT department. As we talk, if they just reminded us to talk into the microphone, because sometimes when we turn our heads to look other directions, or lean back in our chairs, the IT folk can't always hear us, which means our families at home can't hear us as well. So please remember to do your best to try to talk into the microphone. Our first salute tonight is to recognize one of our staff members. Being a institution of learning and a district that cares deeply about learning, I am proud to be able to share that one of our staff members has continued her education and earned a doctorate. So Dr. Jackie Bogan, please join us. Congratulations. Thank you. And please see Mr. Chavez to get a picture afterwards. Our next topic for tonight, or the next one that I have for a salute, is National Teacher Appreciation Week is next week. So I'd like just to take a moment to thank our teachers for their hard work and dedication. Teaching is a valuable job, a job that impacts the future, and into the future you'll see a number of our graduates that come back and work and teach in Kaneland. So we are appreciative of all that our teachers do and our students that move into education as well. So with that, as we recognize our teachers, I would like our student ambassador, Katie Fotenauer, please join me, and she would like to also share a note of appreciation to our teachers. Thank you, Katie. I'm talking to the mic.
I would like to say thank you to all the teachers in the room and to all the teachers in the district. I am a through and through Kaneland student, and since day 1 kindergarten, I have seen the work that you guys have put in and the time that you've dedicated to students to help learn and grow as they continue to grow as well, which is not something that many people can say about their profession. I have met so many amazing teachers throughout Kaneland and worked with some, and I just want to say thank you. You are very much appreciated.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you. And do we have, and where are our teachers here tonight? They always get embarrassed when we do this, but where are our teachers? Please stand. Teacher, thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Francis. That is what I had for salutes tonight. Thank you.
Dr. Fuchs?
I don't have it tonight. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Dr. Bogan, on behalf of the board. We appreciate having you, and thank you to all the teachers. Obviously, you're what makes this district so great, and so we appreciate you definitely. I don't think words could express it. Okay, so Tonight's consent agenda contains the following items, the following action items. Approval of accounts payable and payroll, April 2024. Approval of the minutes from the April 8th, 2024 regular meeting. Approval of personnel. Approval of KHS lacrosse fees beginning in 2024-2025. Approval of the bid for fuel. Approval of the bid for special education transportation services. Approval of the bid for cafeteria food and food supplies. Approval of the special education workload plan. And the following informational items. Third quarter budget report, student suspension data report, Freedom of Information Act report, and the field trip notification. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Oh, no, do we need a motion? Yeah, a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved. Second.
And a roll call, please.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Mankivsky.
Aye.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
All right, the consent agenda is approved, 7-0. All right, we will proceed to the public comments portion of the meeting. We use the public comment section as an opportunity to listen to our stakeholders. The board does not debate or engage in conversation during this time. I'd like to remind everyone to state your name and village of residence for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Public comment is a maximum of 30 minutes with a 20-minute total length of time for any one subject. Those who speak are asked to maintain a tone of courtesy and civility. And given the length of tonight's agenda and the information we need to discuss, we're going to be fairly strict with the public comment section. So we're going to hold it at 20 minutes for any one given topic. But yeah, at this point I'll call the first person, Jim Claypool.
My name is Jim Claypool. I am Mark Claypool's father. He wanted to be here tonight. Ralph Drendel is instead going to deliver Mark's remarks.
Ralph Drendel, I live in Elburn. This is from Mark Claypool. And Jim. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to address the board on this very important matter. I'm here on behalf of my family, which includes my son, Mark Claypool. Mark wrote you an email about this issue last week and had hoped to be here tonight. He lives out of state, but circumstances regretfully required him to forego his plans to be here. Mark graduated from Kaneland 47 years ago. We moved into the Kaneland School District because we kept seeing how great the track team was and how Coach Bruce P. Peterson was having such amazing success here. Only then did we start to fully understand how much track and field is ingrained in the culture here at Kaneland. In 1975, Pete challenged the track team to win what he called the Big Four: the county, Little Seven Conference, districts, and the state championship. And by golly, they did it. Pete was recognized by the IHSA as the Coach of the Year, and rightfully so. Kaneland has always been a force to be reckoned with on the track. Kaneland went on to finish second in 1976 by 1 point. They won the state championship again in 1977. In total, Mark won 6 individual state championships and set the all-time state record in the 440-yard dash in 1977. So you can probably see why Mark wanted to be here so badly tonight. To know that this once most revered program has been put on the back burner over and over again has really upset him. It's unbelievable. Imagine how Coach Peterson would feel about this. Here was a man who was bigger than life, a Marine who survived the Battle of Iwo Jima in World War II. The football field is named in Pete's honor, and it is framed by a condemned track. How could we allow this to happen? Now is the time to right this wrong. Look around you. This is the track community that Mark remembers, and I remember, when he ran at Kaneland and when I ran at Kaneland. The track has been severely neglected and now taken away from your student athletes who are sitting over there to use it. But the spirit of Kaneland's track program lives on, as you can see. The time is now, members of the board. Please recognize how much a part of the culture track and field is here at Kaneland. Please end this stalemate and give the track and field programs the respect they so richly deserve. Please give them a new track and a long-term plan to maintain it for decades to come. After all this time, this community deserves nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Okay, next up we have Ryan Anderson.
Good evening. Thank you, Board, Todd, and Julianne for your service, as I know firsthand that it can be a thankless job. For those that don't know me, my name is Ryan Anderson. I'm from Elburn, Kaneland class of '94. Former track, football, and basketball athlete, and current member of the Facilities Planning Committee since 2016. I also serve on the Village of Elburn Planning Commission and am Director of Facilities for the Society of Mount Carmel, in which I oversee numerous properties and construction projects across the country and Canada. My family has dedicated years of service to the district, with my grandfather serving on the school board in the 50s. My father serving on the board for 14 years and was board president for 12. My mom worked for the district for 17 years. My two older brothers are Kaneland grads from 1988 and 1990. My kids are a fourth generation to walk the halls of Kaneland, and my son will graduate exactly 30 years in this May. I assure you, over the course of my life, I have walked the halls and grounds of Kaneland more than any person in this room, other than Ralph Drendel and Bob Pedersen. I'm here to talk about the track project and have a few questions for the board and for leadership. After checking the agendas and looking through my notes from the Facilities Planning Committee meetings, we've only discussed the track once, and that was in 2017, 7 years ago. How? Why? This is a committee that is supposed to provide insight into facilities, right? We meet twice a year, and I feel like we do nothing except review some projects at best with Dr. Fuchs and Mark Payton. Why is it we were not made aware of the horrific and embarrassing conditions? What is the point of this committee if we are not getting all the information? There has to be a reason why the track was not a priority. You have spoken you may reallocate funds from the bus parking lot to the track. After walking the bus lot myself, I assure you that the lot will have to be redone in the next several years again, if approved. You can't continuously park the same bus in the same lanes, the same weight, 365 days a year and think it won't sink. Has an engineer reviewed that project? Is it heavy duty pavement? Is it concrete? Have core samples of that area have been done to make sure the ground is even okay? Why are we doing a parking lot that is slated for removal if the referendum passes? Are you holding the track hostage for a referendum? You can't rely on a referendum when 60% of Kaneland families don't have kids in schools. It is an uphill battle that needs to be so well thought out, and the needs have to be addressed first. We have to be able to take care of what we have right now, don't you think? We have to do better. We owe it to our kids to do whatever is necessary for them, especially for one of the most exceptional track and field programs in the state. As my grandfather and my father always said, you do whatever is necessary for the kids first. Thank
Mr.
you.
Anderson, thank you. Next up, we have Lori, I believe it's Handel. That's correct? I'm sorry, forgive me.
Sorry, I didn't read it.
Hi, my name is Lori Hanula. I attended Kaneland almost till 8th grade, then we moved, and I promised myself that I would be back. 27 years ago, we built our dream home on a farm, or 2 miles from the farm that I grew up on, and all 3 of my kids graduated from Kaneland. In 2011, my son was in middle school, and he would tell us about his teacher, Mr. Barron, that was begging him to be a thrower for track. My husband, an ex-NFL football player, and I were like, what? No way. We're not a track family. What is a thrower? And in 8th grade, after countless and frustrating doctor's appointments, we received devastating news from a hospital in Chicago that Clayton would never be able to play contact sports anymore because of a bone disease. The doctor encouraged him to try throwing, and he shared how his undergrad was paid for by a track and field scholarship. As we drove him back to Harder with tears rolling down his face, the reality of him never being like his dad, being a football player, was setting in. I mentioned this Mr. Barron guy. Clayton explained that we were too late. Track started 2 weeks ago. I reached out to Coach Barron and explained the situation. He welcomed Clay onto a team, had him train with their state champ, Nate Dyer, and Clayton competed in state 6 weeks later. Clayton had a great career at Kaneland High School. He earned a few medals at state, but truth be told, as a freshman, he found out about the track and field top 50 list. And as a freshman, he set a goal to work his way on this list. He's number 2 in the disc, and he broke a 43-year-old standing record, and he's now in first place on the shot put list. Coach Barron did not coach him in throws, but it turns out that he was still a huge part of where Clay is today. As a high school teacher, he encouraged Clay to take CAD classes. He nudged Clayton in the path of engineering, which was not at all on Clayton's radar. Clayton had offers at schools like U of I, Wisconsin, and Nebraska, but he wanted to challenge himself and be offered a scholarship from one of the top throw schools in the nation, which was NDSU at the time. He got it. He accepted the offer. He made it to the NCAA nationals 2 times. He worked as an intern at his current employer for 2 years while competing as a D1 athlete, a full-time student, and he graduated magna cum laude with a civil engineering degree. Currently, he's a structural engineer in Fargo and married the love of his life. I wanted to speak tonight because my son, as a thrower, did not train on this neglected track at the high school. But this program and Coach Barron were instrumental in leading my son down a perfect lane in his life. This lane that led him to a group of people and students that accepted him in his hardest moment, a lane that lifted him up and supported him, a lane that instilled in him the importance of cheering on the whole team, a lane that taught him how to set goals and meet them, a lane that wasn't only on the field, but in the classroom as Coach Barron taught him to be a successful student first and then an athlete. I don't know where he would have been without this program. And in my opinion, it's one of the healthiest programs that we have, and it's a shame this track is neglected. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next up we have Carl Moose.
Good evening, everyone. Carl Moose. I'm from Montgomery, Illinois, taxpayer, father of 2 Kaneland students, one of which is a track athlete. I'm also an IHSA official in football and lacrosse. So I am very involved in youth sports in the state. I think before I get started, I want to address that we all in this room understand that everyone on sport did not create this problem. You inherited it. And just like all of us in this room, we inherit problems in our personal and professional lives every day. The difference here is that when we inherit problems, we don't always have the authority to fix them. You, tonight, have the authority to fix this problem that was created by previous board members. I stood in this exact same spot, well, close enough, on May 31st of 2023, and I asked the board, what's going to happen when a student gets hurt? What's going to happen if a student gets hurt? What happens if our premier event, the Peterson Invitational, has to get moved? We now fast forward 11 months later. We have 2 students who suffered severe injuries, and the Peterson Prep was not held here at Kaneland. I'm sure you've heard about the petition that has been being passed around here. I hold in my hand 54 pages, over 2,300 signatures. Last I checked, that's over half of the enrollment of this district. The equivalent signed this petition. I think the residents of this area have spoken in what they want. So why is all this important? I think it's important because we want, for example, the girls' track team to have a real senior night, one with competition and cheering fans and big voice guy, all in there to get that true senior night experience, not a dinner on a dilapidated track where you have to be careful that you don't step and turn an ankle. Next year, when the boys win the Peterson Prep, we want that to happen, and we want them to celebrate at Peterson Field, not Ken Zimmerman Field. Now, to finish this up, actually I'm a little ahead of schedule, which is interesting. I wanted to take a second to thank all of the board members who responded to an email, who picked up a phone, who took a meeting. We realized that this isn't your job, right? You don't do this for a living. So being able to correspond, and I know you got a lot of correspondence over the past couple of weeks, we appreciate that, and I wanted to make sure that we told everyone that. And then my kicker, because I got 10 seconds left, is, as I told you, I'm an official. There's another official somewhere in the state that took my game tonight so I could be here. The nice part about me being here is you guys can't yell at me like I would be if I was on a field and someone said I missed a call.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
very
for your
much.
comments, Mr. Moose. Next up, Martin Rootsman.
Hello, my name is Martin Rudeman. I'm reading this on behalf of my son, Colin Rudeman. Dear members of the board, hello, my name is Colin Rudeman. I live in North Aurora and I'm a senior at Kaneland High School. I have been running track for all 4 years of my high school career. I apologize, I have not been able to attend the last board meeting as well as this one in person, but scheduling conflicts with track meets occurred ironically due to the lack of resurfacing our track. Now, quick note, he just PR'd today, so I'm very proud of him. That's where he is now. Back to his letter. To put it bluntly, the Kaneland track is in an unforgivable state of dilapidation. I shouldn't need to describe the fact of its neglect, but I will reiterate them anyways. Tracks on average require a minimum of resurfacing every 10 years. Our track hasn't been resurfaced in 27. The attempts to rectify the lack of care it has received via patchwork have only exasperated the situation and created an uneven surface that is dangerous to athletes and led to our track becoming unusable for meets. I also firsthand know how this prior disregard has affected both myself and all of my teammates. As you are aware of, recently one of my teammates broke his wrist due to an accident that occurred at the track. Warnings were ignored and a student got hurt. I know that due to our track's present condition, I have already ran my final home meet. I know I will not get to experience my last Peterson prep, nor my senior night at my own high school. I know that the people who are supposed to make the best decisions for our community have continuously prioritized the parking lot over the well-being of myself and my peers. Now you have the opportunity to right the wrongs of your predecessors. What I don't understand is how the families in our community have been able to fight for this issue for so long, how my coaches have put their jobs and their livelihoods on the line for our safety. I am incredibly thankful to everyone that has done their part to help us, and hopefully we will get what we are fighting for. And finally, I don't understand why we as a community, why I as a student, have to fight tooth and nail to get the bare minimum for our well-being, the bare minimum that we deserve. Why have our warnings been dismissed or questions unanswered? Why has everyone who has been part of our program's extensive history been consistently disgraced? Please reconsider past decisions and move to resurface our track. Thank you, Colin Rudeman. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next up we have Teddy Janasek.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I wrote a letter to each one of the board members and sent an email, and I didn't get any response, so I just wanted to reread it in case you didn't get a chance to read it. It says, Dear board members, my name is Ted Janasek. I graduated from Kaneland in 1992 and was on track for all 4 years. Presently, my son is on the track team as a junior in his 3rd year of the track and field. He has an IEP and has struggled socially throughout high school. However, his participation in track has helped him tremendously as the Kaneland track program cultivates a great environment for the athletes, IEP or not. Currently, when I looked this up, almost 15% of our girls and boys track athletes have an IEP or a 504 plan. That's quite a few. I think that's about 19 or 20 of the kids on the team. The track team is more important to a lot of these kids than you will ever know. I know from experience as a kid with ADHD. The Kaneland track program helped me to become a better student and a person with the help of all the great coaches that I had. One of them here in the room, Ralph Drendel tonight, and another one, a great friend of mine's father, Larry Eddington, who had passed, which I think that there's a meet named after him. And I got the luxury of running on that track when it was pretty nice. Please do the right thing by supporting our athletes and fixing our track. It's way overdue. I appreciate your support in advance. I just find it hard to believe, after living in this community for almost 50 years, that this just got to this point. And I want to get more involved and try to understand, and maybe need to come to more board meetings to figure out how something like this gets put away this far. I go to other communities and see the tracks. If you go up to Burlington, they've got a great field house and facility. And when I went to Kaneland, like Burlington Central, that school was a joke. Now their school is beautiful compared to what we have. So I just don't understand how they, in the time that I graduated high school, get the facility that they do. Sycamore has got a nice field house. Batavia has a nice field house. And I can't look around and think and see the last time any really money was put into that. And it's not only the track and field team that uses that track. It's the PE athletes. It's almost every student that walks the Kaneland halls at one point or time or another uses that track for something or another. The homecoming parades, just it's used all the time. So I would just appreciate it if you guys would think about putting some money into the thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Braden Farmer.
Sorry for being a little underdressed, but just got out of work. My name is Braden Farmer. I'm class 2023, and I live in Sugar Grove. During my time at Kaneland, I had a great time. Won a few great meets. I'm not here to give you any flashy stats or any information like that, but what I do have is 3 years of information and experience for the Kaneland track program. The track has always been held at a low regard. Due to me not being the fastest in the bunch, I didn't go running in circles, but what I do know is that I know a thing or two about the runways. So that's why I will tell you about. The track itself felt like cement. It was never really good to like walk or run on. Warm-ups were never really effective, as it just would cramp up legs and it wasn't really fun. The runways, they still do and did have many cracks, splits, and weeds and grass would start to run or root up into the runways. This would cause me and my other buddies to have to stop attempts due to run-throughs and getting spikes caught in, which kills momentum, basically ruining your attempt. I have tons of vaulters that are still in the program. They're basically my little brothers. They're vaulting right now. And knowing that they are still in the program, I don't need them getting hurt because of negligence that's going on in the track right now. For over 40 years, Kaneland has had a streak for vaulters of qualifying for state. And being a powerhouse with that event, that's something I could talk about. And I would not want something like that to be destroyed over something that the vaulters of years to come can't even control. So all I'm asking of you guys is just to please, I'm not here to give you anything except what I know, and I know that this school has a really good program that could really help the futures college for after that. And I'm just asking that you look into it and just see that it's really a big deal, and I wouldn't want anything to happen that could be prevented. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Last comment on the list is Sheila Albano.
My name is Sheila Albano. I'm from Elburn, Kaneland graduate. I'm not here to talk about the track because we know we used up our 20 minutes. I am here to talk about the referendum, the packet that you have before you tonight. 2 years ago, almost exactly, I came to my first one of these because someone had let me know that the packet that was being discussed in terms of the sports facilities had basically completely decimated our cross-country, basically your team. You won't be able to have one if you use what's there. So I came and I talked and I said how angry and disappointed I was that when they redrew all this beautiful stuff, they left off our cross-country course, but they found time to put community soccer fields on there. Fast forward 2 years, hundreds of hours, many, many conversations, multiple meetings and discussions up here in front, and failed referendum in which we said you do not have all the stakeholders, despite being told that you do, and you have a new packet tonight, and it's the same thing. You have nearly exactly the same drawing. Your coaches don't want it. You already know that. They told you that a year ago. It is unnecessary to draw it that way. It is entirely possible it's costing you more money to put down something that they don't even want. A handful of you have been given a spreadsheet of what the coaches actually wanted last year. A few of you also have had a visual of what that is, and it's never been brought forward or discussed in any public meeting. I only recently came to know of it, but I do know of it now. And I'm here to tell everyone that if your rest of your packet stays the same that it is, I'm going to go out in the community and I'm going to tell you all not to vote for it, because it isn't what was asked for, and I don't believe it's that amount of money we need to spend. Your meeting as a stakeholder with your coaches was all of the coaches in the building and all of the PE teachers all in one room for 30 minutes. That's what is counting, apparently, as working with your stakeholders. That isn't enough. That's not even enough for one sport, and it sure as heck isn't enough for me as a taxpayer. If the rest of that packet, the science equipment, if those teachers had the same event or the same kinds of discussions as the coaches, then I can't rely on what that says for that part as either. I want a referendum. Look at what you have here. This happened in 3 weeks. This happened because two people got another person, got another person, got another person, and you have a television station outside. We can get your referendum passed. You have the energy, you have the people, you have what you need, but you need a plan that they can get behind and go out and talk to, and you don't have one. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So that concludes the public comments portion of the meeting. We will proceed to new business. The first item of new business is the approval of the health insurance renewal. Dr. Fuchs.
Thank you. Dr. Bogan and I have been working on the Health Insurance Committee throughout the year, and Dr. Bogan is prepared tonight to share with the board the renewal information for the 24-25 school year. If you have questions, we'd be happy to answer once she finishes her presentation.
So I'm just going to give you the highlights tonight of the renewal information. You do have it in your packet much more in detail. But this is the time of the year that the district receives all of its information regarding the annual health and dental renewal. Dr. Fuchs, Barb Bradford, and the Health Insurance Committee have worked closely with the Horton Group, our broker, as well as Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois over the last few months to put this information together. The district is a self-funded plan, and we use the Kaneland Employee Benefit Trust Fund to hold funds in the event that claims exceed premium contributions. Currently, the KEBTF fund has about $1.8 million in fund balance. We average about $1 million in monthly claims. So our end goal is to increase fund balance to about 3 to 4 million in reserves for long term. This year, our insurance renewal was primarily based on increases that we were going to see in expected claims as well as fixed costs. In the financial projections earlier this year in December that you received, you may know or remember that we used a 6% placeholder. What we're presenting tonight is actually a 5.8% increase in overall costs. And that's really based on those fixed costs and also those increases in expected claims. We did, some of the highlights, we did have almost a 9% decrease in fixed costs, and that was primarily due to receiving a greater RX credit than we had received in prior years. So that was significantly higher. Even though we saw some increases in other fixed cost areas, that rebate definitely led to an overall decrease. We are expecting about an 8% increase in overall expected claims. Health and dental insurance premiums, overall we do expect about 5.8% increase. Of that, that's approximately $834,000. About $731,000 is the district portion. This year's renewal, I also did want to highlight, our 10-year renewal average is 5.87%, so we actually fell just under that average. So we did have a few years post-COVID that it was significantly higher, but it does seem to have leveled off. So we are seeking an approval for that 5.8% increase in insurance benefits. Any questions? Yep.
Yeah. Is there, in terms of that total cost, does that include reinsurance?
Yes.
Or excess of loss?
Yes, so that does
Or
include
stop
the
loss?
stop loss insurance and our
When does that incept? Do you know?
$175,000. And that has been the same amount for several years and has not increased.
What is the excess of loss coverage above that level? Yeah, are we on the hook? In other words, once that 150,000
$175,000. That's when the reinsurance kicks in.
Yep. Excessive loss, and the reinsurance above that level, the stop loss or whatever you want to, however you want to phrase it.
Yep.
What is it? 80% reinsured, 20% us?
I would need to get that information to look.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the re-contract?
Yep.
Okay.
I can get that for you.
But that's all figured in?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm a bit confused. So we're budgeted for a 6% increase, but you're
Yep.
asking for a 5.8% increase.
Correct.
But then when we look in here, it says the district's financial prediction, we use a 6% increase to the district's portion of health insurance costs for about $590. The increase is approximately $40,000 more than expected.
Correct. So when we budgeted 6%, which worked out, that was like the total for the cost of the renewal. This is just our portion of it. So like that figures in stop loss, that figures in all of that. The 6% originally, that 590 was just on the premium increase.
Okay. Okay.
It's just pure premium, guys.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? No? Okay, thank you.
Good, sure.
So at this time, I'll entertain a motion that the Board of Education approves the following recommendation from the Health Insurance Committee to approve the premium increase of 5.8% for the 2024-2025 school year.
So moved. Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Cook?
Aye.
Mr. McCauley? Dr. Lawler?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mr. Mankowski?
Aye.
Mr. Kleisner?
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 7-0. We have approved the premium increase. Okay, the second item of new business is the report on the capital improvement plan, 2025 update for FY26. Dr. Fuchs.
Thank you. Similar to the health insurance, Dr. Bogan and I and Mr. Payton have been working on the capital plan. They will take you through it, and again, once they're finished with their presentation, we'll answer any questions that the board may have. Please know that this is an annual update, and I'm I'm sure that they're gonna cover that, but, Mr. Payton and I developed the plan back in 2014, and then we update it each year with information. And so this is, by the way, and they'll repeat this, for fiscal year 26, summer of 25. So not this summer, but the next summer. We have to do this plan earlier so that we can get everything lined up and in order, to have contractors for summer of 25. With that, I'll ask Dr. Bogan and Mr. Payton. Hopefully I didn't take too much of yours.
You're good, thank you. So beginning in February of this year, Dr. Fuchs, Mark Payton, and I met with each of the Kaneland Building Administration to review completed projects, evaluate the status of buildings and grounds, and then also discuss future needs. This process enabled us as a team to compile all the projects and assess needs across the district, and that helps create the capital improvement plan. I do want to point out, in addition to the capital improvement plan, you've also been provided a copy of the long-range facility plan priority list. That's like the first Excel sheet in your packet, as well as a historical look back of completed projects since 2015. I do just want to make a very short note, because we will discuss this later, but on the long-range facility list, you will notice that the track is listed as the #1 priority, but we will discuss that portion, not in this capital improvement plan presentation, but in the next new business agenda item. So just really quickly, funding for capital improvements, it's budgeted in Fund 20, the Operations and Maintenance Fund. Typically, the district has budgeted about $1 million annually on capital improvements, and this is what we do anticipate budgeting for out of O&M for FY26. I am going to turn it over to Mark Payton, the Director of Buildings and Grounds. He's going to walk you through the contents of the report, which this does include building-specific summaries of conditions, current project statuses, and identified future needs.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I will spare you reading you the entire document. I'll just hit some highlights. One of the important things to note, parking lots and building envelopes. We're approaching the end of useful life on some roofs, some parking areas, so you'll notice that as a theme throughout here. Building systems. There's some work to do at the high school regarding HVAC. Shields and Stewart regarding HVAC. That's going to be another theme you'll see throughout the document, as well as lighting replacement, lighting upgrades needs to be done throughout the district. What is that, page 3 or 4 has a list of the capital projects that were completed in the summer of 2023 for your review. And then we get into building specifics. Parking lot at Blackberry Creek Elementary School is 20 years old. We need to consider replacement of that parking area within the 5-year scope of this plan. The roof is also 20 years old, so we need to consider replacement of the roof at Blackberry Creek within the 5-year scope of this plan. Carpeting is original to the building. It needs to be considered for replacement. We have some issues with some VCT tile flooring in a couple of areas of the building. There's groundwater migrating through the concrete, and it is affecting the finish on the VCT flooring. So some of those areas need to be considered for replacement. And the life safety survey is due and will be performed this summer, 2024, but that's already in motion. But going forward, we will see probably a handful of items on the plan that aren't here tonight, but once that safety survey is complete, then they'll show up the next time we review this. John Stewart Elementary is the next school. Couple of areas to highlight with John Stewart. The HVAC systems are original to the building. They need to be considered for replacement within the 5-year scope. And the flat roof portions of that building also need to be considered for replacement. For that building, the 10-year life safety survey, we're just wrapping up the work for that, so we have a few years before we'll have to do that survey again. John Shields Elementary, built the same time, so it has the same concerns. The HVAC systems and the flat portion of the roofs need to be considered for replacement. Blackberry Creek, or excuse me, McDowell Elementary School, real similar to Blackberry Creek. Parking, roofs, carpeting, all original to the building, and need to be considered for replacement within the 5-year scope of this plan. Also, the 10-year life safety survey for that will be completed this summer as well. Okay, Harder Middle School. There is a little bit of work, PA system being done over the summer this summer, but overall, it's our newest building, so obviously has the least amount of needs. The Kaneland Meredith Academic Center, we need to consider refinishing the gym floor. It's used continuously, especially throughout the winter time, for basketball, both by the high school and the community, as well as the Ignite Personalized Learning Academy uses it for PE now. So we need to consider refinishing, not replacement. It's a much smaller project, but also the air conditioning for those systems need to be considered for replacement. They are 1998 vintage, so they're past their useful life. And the high school. I think everybody's aware the high school has the greatest need in the district. There's quite a bit of parking work that needs to happen. There's some drainage in a couple of areas that needs to be addressed. The baseball field, the FFA field. There are several areas of the school that the roofs are past their useful life. There have been several science classrooms in the old part of the building that have been on this list for a number of years. We need to consider updating and upgrading those. A refresh of classroom furniture in many areas of the building. The west gym floor has aged out and needs to be considered for replacement. Carpet in several locations is aged out and needs to be considered for replacement. We have 2 boilers that are original to the building. We need to consider replacing those as soon as possible. We have air duct that is degrading and needs to be considered for replacement. Washrooms throughout the older section of the building need to be completely renovated. And then the 10-year life safety survey was recently completed, and we're about to finish the projects associated with that, so you won't have to see anything as far as the life safety survey for probably another 5 years or so. As I've mentioned, pavement updates need to be done throughout the district. Lighting upgrades need to happen throughout the district. There's some other facilities, the maintenance facility at the high school, the transportation facility. They both need extensive attention. The district radio system for safety and security, we need to consider updating that to get it up to current standards, and so we can communicate throughout the district for transportation and safety and security. And those are the highlights.
Yep. So just in total, we are looking, as you'll see, total projects indicated on the master list are $26.6 million in total district needs across the district. On that second sheet, or the second, the historical look back, you can see all of the completed projects. and their total cost, the total district spend per year. It typically does follow that $1 million. However, the last few years, the district has spent 2.4 and then $2.2 million. This current summer, we are slated to spend about $1.3 million to tackle that list. Are there questions that we can answer?
So just as a reminder to the board, this is purely informational, just highlighting the needs of the district. and
Correct.
making decisions tonight.
Correct.
Well, that being said, if you have any questions regarding the needs, now's the time.
Just a clarification, Mr. President. When the life safety comes back, they let us, or you guys let us know, like, prioritizes, right? Like and there are things that we have to do and things that we can do and maybe should do, right? Is that how it works?
Yeah, there's typically, they grade them A, B, and C.
Yeah, that's right.
And A's are, they have to happen within a year. B's are, you have 5 years to complete. And C's are, it would be a good idea to complete, but it's not mandatory. This last time around, we didn't have anything in the A category. We just had B's and C's.
Yeah, okay, good, thank you. You don't foresee that somebody's gonna come back with a long laundry list that maybe we're not addressing, do you?
No, I mean, typically you're kind of keeping up with that kind of stuff as best you can. So it's generally smaller, more manageable list.
Okay, that's what I thought, just wanna make sure, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Well, thank you, Dr. Bogan and Mr. Payton. Appreciate you coming out. And Dr. Fuchs? Did you
I
have
just
something?
wanted to mention that at a future board meeting, we will bring back the recommendation for the projects to be completed in summer of '25, depending on some of the conversations happening in just a little bit.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the team for all that work. There's a lot of planning and feedback that takes place throughout all of the different buildings, different schools to build that. So thank you, and thank you, team.
Okay. We'll be moving on to the third item of the agenda, which is the approval of the Kaneland High School track replacement. Dr. Fuchs.
Thank you. As you are well aware, the track does need to be replaced, and we need to get it done at its earliest possible convenience or availability. I've asked Dan Critta, our district architect, to join us tonight to talk about our options, and also Mark Payton, who was just up here, to answer any questions you might have. In your board memo tonight, there are two things. One is how to pay for it, and then two, which option to choose. Let's start with how to pay for it. The board has two options. One is to use money from the Operations and Maintenance Fund. Your fund balance is currently a little over $3 million, so that is an option. The other option is the working cash fund. That fund has a little over $2 million in it. And with that being said, please remember the working cash fund is like a savings account. You cannot spend money from the working cash fund. If you choose to use money from working cash, we have to go through the process of transferring it to O&M and then paying for our expenses out of O&M to do that. Either way, O&M and working cash, it will reduce your operating fund balance, and most likely it'll cause it to go below the 45 days, causing a structural deficit that will need to be addressed within the next couple of years. So our recommendation is the working cash fund. To do that, that's Dr. Bogan and I, because I won't be here. We've worked together, and we believe that probably is the way to go. Please know, the working cash fund started at 0. It was abolished back around 2008. And since that time, every year with the tax levy, the board has put about $100,000 per year into the working cash fund so that you have money in an event such as the track right now that simply needs to be replaced as quickly as possible. Okay. let's go ahead and talk about the options, and then that may help lead you to determine how you want to pay for the working cash fund. So Mr. Critta, will you come up to the mic, and Mr. Payton, please? I've asked Mr. Critta to be prepared to go through the options and talk a little bit about what we can do for the track.
Sure. I know you've had a chance to look at this in your packet. Is there any initial questions you want answered out of the chute here?
Where did you come up with the estimates for it?
Working with not only our civil engineer, but also local contractors that are in tune with the market pricing for both track surfacing and asphalt replacement.
So the projects haven't been actually bid yet? They aren't real numbers, they're just estimates?
We can't bid until we have
Until we get the
authority to do
approval?
so.
Right. I can walk through the options if that helps everybody.
Okay. Yeah, there are no further questions for Dan before he starts.
Are they in order of priority, or not priority, but recommendation?
No, us in working with the administration had identified different ways to approach the track, especially at the end of March when this became a high priority within the district. So we developed the 6 options you see tonight, just to give some range and scope of impact as well as cost, but they're not in a prioritized order.
Okay.
The recommendation is somewhere between options C and D, and when you get to that, you can explain how and
Sure.
why.
Yeah. So the first option you see there, the project cost, and let me just clarify that the project cost is an all-in cost. We know that there's fees, testing, there's some surveying that still needs to be done. So that is a cost that is intended to budget for an all-in cost. It's not just construction dollars. So that can't be compared to a bid day estimate because there's other costs, soft costs, but there's costs involved with getting the project completed. So the first option was to replace the just the track surfacing. This is similar to what we did bid last year, just to go over the top of the current coating. This takes it one step further and removes the current coating and puts on a structural spray layer, so you have a new track surface, new lining, new markings for the top surface will be brand new track. What it relies on is the asphalt and the sub-base gravel that's currently in place. We do not necessarily recommend this, and I'll tell you why. The track surfacing contractors last year raised a red flag that they wouldn't warrant that kind of approach on the track because the subgrade is compromised, the asphalt's compromised, and a lot of the things that may be happening to the track currently are really part of the symptoms of there's things going below the track, whether it's moisture or cracking the asphalt, that are transmitting it and really prematurely aging a track if you put it over the top of that. The second option at the project cost of $650,000 is to mill a layer about 1.5 inches of the current asphalt. So you'd take the track off, mill a layer of asphalt down, and then add a layer of asphalt before you go back to that same system of adding that structural spray track surface. One of the challenges with this is without doing some geotechnical exploration, which we would recommend we do right out of the chute if the board desires to move forward, to make sure we know what we're starting with for asphalt. If there's only 2 inches of asphalt there, milling 1.5 inches isn't a recommended process. It'd be very difficult to do. So this has some risk unless we have a really good sub base, but the conditions out there would tell us that's not the case. The C option, as Dr. Fuchs had mentioned, this is taking the track surface and the full asphalt down to the subgrade. So now we're starting with the stone that was put in place when this track was originally built and looking to that to build back up on top of. One of the unknowns there, again, is a geotechnical exploration will tell us a little bit more. That entails some soil borings and soil testing. If we have a good base of gravel below, we could use some of that gravel. We might have to use a lot of the gravel, but until we do that test, we won't know. And a little bit of that too will be an exploration as the contractor starts to dig that up. We'll have to, there might be some soft spots too that we couldn't have envisioned ahead of time by doing simply borings. So this cost entertains keeping the subgrade, and the reason C and D are probably the most logical choices here is you'll probably be somewhere between C and D. We certainly want to preserve some of the gravel, either pull it out, dry it out, replace it and put it in place, or bring in new gravel, which is more leaning towards option D, where it'd be a full replacement, full depth replacement, so it goes down to basically below what the gravel surface is now and build it up complete to a new track surface. And that's option D, and that's why the cost jump there. It contemplates using all new gravel.
Hey Dan, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So let's pretend I know nothing about gravel.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the risk of using the old gravel versus just brand new gravel?
Well, if the gravel's been, we call it pumped up or contaminated, where it's pulled in a lot of the soil below it that wasn't intended to be compacted, it's basically not as compactable. So and try to separate that's impossible, really. So you can dry it out, and we can kind of use what we can. But if it's starting to blend with old soils that are less compactable, we're going to lose the integrity of that gravel. That's why option D considers that we're assuming nothing is reusable below the asphalt.
Is there a risk of mixing old gravel with new gravel? Like I said, I know nothing about this.
Not really.
Okay.
As long as it's quality gravel that we're starting with, they'll be bringing in rock that will be compactable to make sure we meet the compaction densities we need to achieve.
Okay.
I'll jump to E unless there's questions. Are there any questions on the first?
On the gravel, you want to make sure, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't chert, we wouldn't want to have any chert in the gravel, correct?
Benny, I'm sorry.
Chert, silica, hydroscopic.
I'm going to leave that to my civil engineers to answer, but I would say anything that wouldn't allow us to be compactable is correct. And
Or that would be hydroscopic, that would attract water.
oh,
Yeah.
to absorb water. Yeah.
Absorb water, and chert is kind of famous for that.
Yes.
So we'd have to be careful in terms of where we source that gravel.
A great point.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
So a question too about the geotech exploration. So when is that done? Again, I know nothing about that.
Sure.
So like, does some of the track need to be pulled up? Because you're asking us, do we need to replace gravel, but we don't know until this is done?
Yeah.
To maybe we do. So that's a big difference.
Yeah, and I think that's why Dr. Fuchs kind of portrayed this as a C or D option, because I think we can fall somewhere in between depending on that geotechnical exploration, and that we would recommend that happens immediately. To mobilize a geotechnical testing company usually takes a week to 2 weeks to get them out, get the tests, get the results back, so maybe a 3-week time span where we actually have the data that we can use from a design perspective. Does that answer your question?
Kind of. I mean, yes.
That will tell us enough to say we know we're going to have some reusable or no reusable based on not random but kind of spaced borings, so we get a good cross section of what we think is below the track and adjacent to the track.
Yeah, I guess I just wish that we would have that information. I know we're on a time crunch here, so we're making an assumption that we also haven't done any or resurfaced it over like the last 20 years, 27
Right.
years, and so we're assuming that something underneath is not going well, and so we have two prices that are completely, that are significantly different, and so not having that, so I guess my thing is, how do we choose between the two without having that information?
So for perspective,
Yeah.
the district's official recommendation, when you say between C and D, we're looking at C's best case scenario, given the situation we need to bring in very little gravel and, we have very little issues. D's worst case scenario, assuming we have to, everything is unusable and we have to bring in.
That's a good way to frame it. I would say plan for D with the hope that we can move towards C and pricing.
So part of what we're doing, and if I understand correctly, is if we authorize you for D, because we have to authorize you for the amount of money, but we're all hoping it's coming in closer to C, right? Because then we'll come under, right?
That's
Is that a fair way? Okay.
Correct. Yeah. That any differences stays in the district's pockets.
What is the time frame? Because I know everybody's here, and I've talked to parents, and they're absolutely concerned that if we do it's going to happen next year, it's not going to happen. So what is the time frame if you start doing your testing and this year, is that a possibility?
Yeah, so we talked about it in a lot of depth with the district administration to find out how can we creatively push this forward, because we're late in the game as far as doing a design bid, traditional design bid build process. What we would recommend is to accelerate that, is to got to think out of the box a little bit about packaging this thing. We still want to have competitive bids, but to do it more on a unit price basis with a large allowance within the document. So that way our civil engineering team can still be designing and refining the fine tuning, but in the 3 to 4 week time frame, they should be able to bundle this up and then go out to bid, get contractor interest in this so we can be starting this summer. The key also with the, well, obviously we have Mother Nature to contend with, but we also have some temperatures that can't fall below, I believe it's the low 50s when you're putting in that structural spray application. It has to stay above that threshold temperature through the evening before so it can cure out properly. So we really want to have this in place in mid-September-ish, and we might be able to have to kind of maneuver that 2 week time frame around the weather a little bit. The rest of the summer is obviously, we know we can have some delays, but the hope is, the plan would be that we would get contractors on board here in roughly a month or so, continue to feed them the more defined design, but knowing that they have fixed unit prices that were competitively bid that we can leverage. And then so there's a little bit of side-by-side design and construction happening, and try to get people mobilized by the 4th of July.
That's creative. Have you done it that way before?
Our civil engineering team has examples where they've done it this way. Yeah.
I guess my concern would be that you're kind of doing it, it's very dynamic, which I think is really creative, but what you don't want is to suffer in quality or suffer, right? Like you want to make sure that you're doing it all the right way so we're not in this position again 5 years from now. Exactly.
Absolutely, and I think with we'll still have a final design before it actually goes into construction phase. I mean, they might be able to do some demolition or pull some things out, but that final design would really give them, this is the template from which you're building for, and here's the unit prices you already told us you're going to commit to. So what we'll do is our civil engineering team will have a heavier role during construction to make sure they're metering that you're getting the quantities that are needed to support that final design at the prices that are already bid.
So are you saying with this strategy you would need more money in summary, or no?
No.
You're just going to apply this strategy given our
It's just a way to accelerate things as opposed to doing a finished design and then going out for bid, awarding it, and then starting construction. We're going to lose too much of the summer and then push ourselves into the fall for that track application.
Now, do we still run the risk that we could potentially spill into football season? I mean, is there any sort of guarantee that we don't lose the football season?
So we've talked about that. Also talked with our team and one of the major track surfacing companies. They need about a 2 week window. So if we position it between a home game and a visitor game and another home game, that's about the 2 week window. They've done that before. That's not uncommon for them to do this in the fall. Ideally, everything would be in the summer, but we don't have that luxury on this course. So they would choose that 2 week window. We document that, so we made sure that they can come in and basically had zero impact on your football program, really.
They'd be able to accommodate.
Yeah, I understand that you don't use it as a practice field. There should be really limited crossover. They can protect it, but they need that time to cure and then come back and stripe and mark it as well.
So I just want to let the board know, I did a little research and I reached out to a track builder. We got a bid, came in for $450,000, and he broke it down, completely going all the way down, rebuilding, refurbishing. I still want to use the parking lot as an option, and one of the main reasons why I want to use the funding for it is because the $450 is less, and again, with inflation and costs are going to go up and down a little bit. Rather than use that company to tear up the parking lot, we could use them right away to tear up the track. And the builder stated the biggest holdup is going to be the tearing up of the track. Because we're approaching the summer season, that can delay and push it back. Now again, I can't guarantee that this company is going to get it, but he said he can start June 1st. Takes 6 to 8 weeks. He can get rolling. But if we went with the contractor now, instead of waiting for him to do that, we can get the ball rolling. It's not even going to interfere with the football season. So I just wanted to give you a heads up. I did that research. He came at the 450, which is way below the 1.1. I don't want to add to the deficit at all. I want this track to get done now. If we, like I said, if we prolong, or if we what if, it's not a guarantee. So I'm just throwing this out there as an idea, as a proposal. If you want to take from that, we have the funding. We don't have to take from anywhere else, and we can get the ball rolling.
Mr. Critta, is that realistic?
Yeah.
For that to...
If I understand, Mr. McCauley, you're saying that a contractor could come in and start the work just based on...
That we already have, yes.
That you did under contract for another project already?
For the parking lot. If they're already aligned for the parking lot, but we choose not to do the parking lot, and again, I don't know about if we can do this, but they're already to do the contract, to tear it up, and to fix it, we take them and say, no, we're not doing that, we're putting you on the track. Take this, level it down, that portion's done, then we get the design team, then we get these guys in here, boom, start right away, start June. Is that feasible?
Well, unless I don't know something you do, I don't think we have a contractor under contract.
No, correct.
Okay.
So I did the research to see about the pricing because I'm questioning the 1.1, the 1.1 million. I wanted to verify what other contractors stated. Another one said between $500,000 and $1 million, but I was told he's a higher end. So I did the due diligence to see what the cost is in comparison to what you estimated, to see what the timeline is to get this done, now.
Right.
I'm not saying, like I said, that this is a guarantee, but if we get our bids, this is one of them. We get the parking lot, forget the parking lot, just push it off, do the track, and then start forward where the football season isn't interfered with at all. Because this one said 6 to 8 weeks. Some say 8 to 10, don't know. But is that feasible?
Well, you would have to, so anything over 50,000, you have to do a public bid process,
Correct.
unless
Yeah.
you're going through co-op pricing. And then co-op pricing is already bid menued pricing that, again, you'd be doing something similar. You're metering how much they're actually putting in place, how many labor hours and all those things, so their pricing applies honestly to the project. But generally, the most common practice would be to publicly bid it and give the rest of the contractor world a chance to bid your project. To one, make sure you're getting the best value for your dollars, but also to follow the public bid law. So when you get into that 450 range, you would either have to do some kind of co-op methodology, which it would depend on whether they're
They
part
do
of the
co-op.
co-op.
He does. He
They
asked.
do?
He
Okay.
asked, and I couldn't answer that, but he said yes.
Okay.
He does.
So, but this is not a one or the other. We need if we don't do the parking lots, at some point it's going to need to be done. As we've just seen our list, every parking lot needs to be done. There's a rotation of a schedule to maintain it. It's kind of like what they've been asking for the track. The track should have been maintained every so many years. The parking lots are the same way. So not understanding why we need to even have either or. I think that needs to be done. Track needs to be done. Out of respect for the track, we did the $30,000 patch. It didn't work. We thought that's what was going to be safe. That was what we were advised.
Yeah.
Why are we not doing what's the right thing now and not rushing it? I would rather not rush something 8 weeks and be like, let's just slap it in, and then we find out, well, that wasn't the best option. We thought this one option was great. It turned out 2 kids have gotten hurt. Now we want to do it the right way, whatever that be, C or D. So I guess I don't know what I'm missing when it comes to.
So I spoke to the gentleman from the same company who did the patching.
But they're not asking.
Okay.
Coaches, right? Coaches, AD and stuff like that, they're willing to work with football schedules. They're willing to work with.
I spoke to them.
But I'm talking to admin, right? And when it comes to, because during the summer, obviously there's, activities going on, track practice, marching band, football, everybody's working, everybody's out there during the summer. Football's willing to move their schedule or figure out, like you said, a home, away, a home, whatever. So everybody's willing to do this option you're saying, right, when it comes to the stakeholders.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, option D and C both include some underground drainage. Can you talk about that?
Yeah.
Because I don't know if that contractor has taken that into consideration, and that will help us with a long-term solution. The high school resides in a watershed, a large watershed, and so our water issues aren't going to go away. The ground is flat, and there's a main watershed that flows through the property.
So he did talk about that, but to go back to Simmons' statement, the same gentleman who runs this company was a gentleman that patched the track. And he stated, he told the administration that it should not have been done. He said it was not safe. He stated that it was not reliable. It should never have been done. The track should have been done. And then I fall back on, well, who approved the track and said it's good for 2 to 3 years if the track company that was contracted to patch it said it was not. So that's why I go to here. I spoke to coaches. I already talked about what they want. I'm aware of the plumbing, the drainage, all those factors. It just comes back to, we're not rushing this, but there is an urgency because of negligence, and that's the key thing. We're only here today because of negligence. We wouldn't be here unless a student got hurt, unless there's a lawsuit. That's the problem. But we want a sound track. And the parking lot, if we build that parking lot and the referendum passes, the buses are going here, and then there's just, and it'll be just a parking lot. It can wait. This is weighted. All our documents state that we continue to work on maintenance so that we don't have costlier repairs on the road. The track has continued to be steamrolled over and over and over. It has way more needs than that parking lot.
But the referendum, if it gets passed, this track's gonna be ripped up, if
can't
we're moving the
put-
football field.
we can't put our hope in the referendum.
No, I'm saying, so it's the same thing, so you're using the referendum as an excuse that we shouldn't do the parking lot because if the referendum gets passed, that's gonna be not needed. The same thing, if the referendum gets passed, this track that we've done, our goal is to hopefully move the football fields in a better direction. The track, give them 8 lanes or 7 lanes, whatever they need. It is to be a better facility overall. So both of them are definitely yes, if the referendum gets passed.
So if we spend this money on this track right now, I won't support any referendum request in any form that's going to include changing what we just spent. I think we need to augment the referendum to reflect the track is going to be where and IHSA has changed their rules. We can hold the meets there, and so I think that's the next step that we don't. I can't support. I don't know that I could support the way we originally proposed it anyway. We're going to have to make changes, but I won't support it. To the second question of the this or that, I don't want to hit. Sorry, I don't mean to get. But I don't want to hit fund balance. I don't want to hit reserves. I don't want to hit the deficit. If we can subsidize by maybe putting off another project such as the parking lot, I am in full support of that. I think that's a way we can take funds. And to be honest, the track's been put off long enough. It's time to maybe look at other projects that maybe we can delay in an effort to take care of this large problem that's right in front of us.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I have a question though. Can you just swap projects like that? Because don't they bid on this other thing? So now can you just be like, oh, we're gonna do this instead now? I don't,
So fortunately, we just had the pre-bid meeting this morning for the parking lot.
Okay.
So that bid has not been awarded yet.
It's not awarded, okay.
So there is the potential of rejecting all bids and moving forward with this and delaying that project until another time.
Does rejecting that bid speed this up?
And
Mr. McCauley, I'm just trying to.
Rejecting that bid would have no impact on the speediness of this.
So it's more of a financial thing than it has nothing to do with the timeline thing.
Correct.
What's the value? Or what's the cost? What's the dollar amount tied to that project?
We've got budgeted 500,000, but I have a feeling it's going to come in higher.
We create some alternates to build onto that because of the need at the parking lot. So it actually, you'll have the choice if you want to do more. If the numbers come in favorably, you can do a little bit more, but that's the baseline number.
$500,000.
Okay.
And please remember with the public, as Mr. Critta talked about a little bit, with the public bidding process, that is something that is a legal matter and that we have to follow that. So just as a board, with any investigation that you do or any follow-up through us, we make sure that we are following all of those laws, and we want to make sure that it's following the scope of everything we're supposed to do.
Sure.
So the fact is, if we approve this tonight in C or D or whatever letter we decide, we're gonna put it out to bid, and whatever the lowest bid that comes in is the contractor we're gonna have to go with, based on these laws, correct?
That is correct. That's the law.
And we can choose as administration or as a board, as a team, who we're gonna send the bids to, or we just put it out to public and then whoever comes in with a bid can bid on it.
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
So,
our architect will push it out to various vendors. Again, there are very few, just primarily track vendors.
Yeah.
So they'll for sure get it. But then also, it will be put into a newspaper, public newspaper, so that anybody that wants to bid on it can.
Got it.
So a little bit of both.
So I guess my confusion is, so you went and talked to a few different people. We came in at about $1.1 million. I do not see anything about drainage in D. I see it in E, but I don't see it in D. But whatever, beside the point. So Mr. McCauley's talking about something that's about a third the cost of option D, and it sounds like the exact same process is going to be done.
Yeah.
Take it all the way down to the sub base and take out the stone that's bad, and then replace it, pack it down, and then resurface.
Yep.
For a third of the price.
I can speak to that. I would certainly invite that bidder to put their bid in based on the unit prices and the scope of work that's designed.
Yeah.
If they're not at that number, that's a big win for the district, that if they can do it for that cost.
No, I completely agree, but at the same time, right, I mean, we get what we pay for sometimes, so we have to be very careful. I actually had a chat with someone before this, and I think it was it Romeoville High School? Went through something similar. They went for a little bit of a more cost-effective option, and within, I guess, a couple of months, the track started bubbling up, and they had to completely redo it. Non-refundable, no real warranty on that because there was some sub stuff, some issues and whatever the case may be. So I want to make sure we don't stub our toe by being cost effective or trying to rush, and then all of a sudden come fall time or we go through our first winter and now we're standing there in spring. It's like we can't run on this again. So I think that's my
So how do we
fear as
protect
well.
ourselves from that?
Well,
Because
you're
if
gonna build a high quality per specifications track from the bottom up. So there will be a warranty because it's gonna be built basically from scratch. Not only the sub base, we'll have a testing agency on to do compaction tests to make sure that when they're rolling the gravel and rolling the asphalt, that they're meeting all those requirements, before the track surface even goes on. So there's safeguards to make sure it's constructed per specification. Our civil engineering team has done numerous tracks over the years, so there's no risk on them not understanding how to do this. And then typically quality contractors, some of them favor doing track projects. Certainly the track surfacing companies are very specialized, and there's really two major ones around that will be likely bidding that, but they'll be bidding it to a general contractor under this model, so there'll be a subcontractor. We can talk about this administration. There's a possibility that we break that piece away and just bid it on its own. So they're coming in right after the other team. That handoff is always where we want to minimize the handoff, so one contractor doesn't owns the whole project basically.
So what
Otherwise, if they don't, they do one of these if you have problems, and we don't want that.
So my question is then to kind of go back a little bit, then what happened this last time? We advised, we said yes, do the patching was done, it was looked over, it was safe, everything was approved for track season and stuff like that. So was the company that did it was the product not good? Was it, there was more things that had come up that we didn't realize at the time?
Well, I'll speak to a little bit. Administration might have other thoughts on this, but when we bid that, the intent was to take a surface and go over the top of the surface. The track, once the track contractors had a look at the condition of the track, they wouldn't warrant that process. They wouldn't warrant going forward. So it was actually at the suggestion of those track providers to do more of a remediation attempt at doing some patching and to try to get through another year, because we were too late in the year last year to go out and do what we're talking about right now. We're about the same timing, but the urgency hadn't set in. And there was still discussions. It was on the heels of the referendum. So that investment, I think, was being looked at as the referendum might replace the entire track. So there was a lot of things and moving pieces going on, but that more of a remediation approach, the way it was framed in our documents was to get a couple more seasons out of the track. I can't tell you why it's failed so quickly, and it's hard to determine what's a new patch and an old patch out there, quite frankly. So some of those patches split. It could be the moisture content in the soils. It could have been we had a light winter, but we had a lot of freeze thaw transitions through the winter, even though it didn't get really cold. So a lot of those things could have weighed into that fact that some of those patches are probably prematurely failing. But I think the product was everybody was, from our engineering team to the track surfacing contractor, was confident that was the right way to approach it in the time frame that we had to work with last year.
Dr. Fuchs, on the bidding process, can we mandate a deadline on those? Or is that not allowed? What if it just rolls into December?
No, it is a deadline.
Okay.
You tell them exactly what date and time, and they're publicly opened at that date and time.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So I was gonna say, I still think we're back to, I think my previous comment. It's not so much this is the right answer, it's how much we can authorize you within our comfort level budget-wise, and then do the best you can within that constraint of the budget, right? So it's not to say we pick C or D and that's exactly what happens. It says it can go up to that, right? And so I think we need to get back to that conversation and also figure out if we're taking it out of the working cash fund or out of the operations fund, right?
I agree.
So then, do we want to first tackle the funding source and determine the parking lot, and then decide which direction we want to go? Okay, okay, so then, I guess at this point, I would ask for a recommendation, or do we do a thumbs up in terms of?
Well, can we do that before we know how much we're willing to allow?
And that's what I'm asking, which direction do we want to go? Do we want to allow it, and then, see, I'd like to know where the funding is before I allow.
Well, but I also don't want the funding to define how much we do. I want to be able to give them the right track.
So you want to flip it?
Yeah, so that's the only reason. I don't want us to fall into the trap of like, well, we only have this much money, so now we can only go here, which, you know, if it is, you're saying we should do something between C and D, and we're talking about taking funding from something else, and we're only saying 500,000, then we're looking at A, you know, and if that's not the recommendation.
I
so-
think we should start at D. It needs to be torn all the way down. I absolutely believe that's the best result.
I think that we still have to figure out those. So, okay, well,
And then
maybe we
go
could do both at the
backwards.
same time. I don't know if we can. Dr. Fuchs, the administration has recommended out of the working cash fund, right? That's the recommendation. Can you walk us through why that was your recommendation and why not the O&M fund?
With 25 to 26 million dollars of projects, and
Yeah.
knowing the roofs and everything else that are gonna need to be replaced, as well as boilers, we have the potential of other things
Yeah.
getting ruined or dying, failing, any of those words, prior to the time when you get a referendum passed to pay for those. And so we'd like to preserve the fund balance and O&M to take care of those at that time. Either way would work.
Sure. But working cash isn't linked to, like, O&M is linked directly to operations and management, the education funds, directed to education, curriculum, teachers. The working cash fund isn't really linked to something like that. It's not earmarked for something, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And it's one-time money because it took a long period of time to get it to the balance where it's at right now.
Sure.
Over 20 years.
Yeah.
So the current parking lot, the current
We're
parking
not
lot
quite
budget,
2015.
where is that money under?
O&M.
Yeah, to me, it's the same. You'll have to move working cash to O&M, and whether we take out of O&M and then we need it, then we'll have to take from working cash to do those roofs. It's all
But we
just a
won't-
pool of money.
But we won't replace working cash. Right?
No.
That will not, O&M we replace annually, we don't replace.
That's where the
working cash.
that's why we're reducing the parking lot comes in. Either way, we're gonna take from this pool of money. They're just in different pots.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying you would take less from working cash.
Correct.
Yes.
That would be
because
the goal.
You're doing less work on.
So instead of pulling 1.2,
Working cash or O&M, however you wanna see it. It's all one big pool that's just in different bank accounts.
Sure, but one of them is this weird one that we don't get to work with.
Right,
And
it's-
one has very specifics.
But one we can transfer.
Sure, yeah,
That
no, I
other
get
one
what
we
you're
can
saying,
transfer.
And I see your thinking.
If we wanna use bank accounts
I'm
as
not
a
sure I'm
euphemism.
there, but I see what you're saying.
Really just funds.
So are we looking at, so if we're talking about D, we need we need $1 million, we're only talking about $500,000 for the parking lot, so what are you suggesting that the other $500,000 comes from?
It would still have to come. I mean,
Well,
I'm just
working
reducing.
cash or O&M.
Well-
The fund balance if you want. What that means is that when we do the budget for 24-25, the O&M budget will have a deficit. That's how you get money from the fund balance, is you have a deficit budget, and then you spend more than you're taking in O&M in a particular year. And that's actually what we've done for the past couple of years, as we've tried to do projects, the required life safety projects, as well as keeping up with as much as we can with the funds that we have.
Really, it's just an extra process in moving working cash, because you have to defend why you're moving it, submit paperwork, and then transfer it. It's not just as easy as clicking. You have to. There's a process involved. But either way, it's gonna hit as I see it, the deficit. It's gonna hit our reserves, and at some point, something's gonna be taken from it. I'm just trying to reduce that amount by cutting a project.
I know we haven't even talked about E yet, but E's the one that says prepare drainage and stuff like that. But you're saying under D, there's drainage work too?
So
or is there...
we've done some drainage tie-in in D, assuming there's some drain tile out there currently. We may have to add some finger drains to better drain the gravel beneath the track. That will also be a subset of that geotechnical exploration, is how much moisture do we need to worry about, where's the water table out there. So we have a placeholder for some drainage. The geotechnical will tell us a little bit more if that's enough.
So I think where I'm at is I am fine with C or D, probably leaning towards D, and I'm also fine with doing the parking lots, but I would not make that stop either project, right? So like, and so if you're all like, no parking lots, that's the only way I'm voting for this, well then I'm on board, I'm fine, let's get the track fixed, right? But if you're like, wow, I could see the parking lots getting fixed too, that's where I actually would rather be, because I see the parking lots being a problem this time next year then, right? Like, we just can't keep doing this. We'll just kick every can down the road and hope we're gonna fix them someday. Like, I think
And we're pretty far along in the process. Let's check really quick. I didn't ask this question earlier. If we delay the parking lots, how much money will we re-spend to get them redesigned and re-bid and things like that?
I mean, that design could basically go on a shelf, so there's not a major investment, right? We would go through the bidding process. We will just start the bidding process, so that project won't change next year.
Okay.
As long as the footprint of the project remains the same.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I do want to express though, that parking lot, the bus parking lot, is in need of replacement. Otherwise, I would not have recommended it last year. And similar to the track, we have had employees get hurt in the parking lot, slipping on the ice where the divots are through their pre and post trip inspections of the buses. So it truly is a quandary of A before B, B before A. They both need to be done.
So we're projected a deficit next year already, based on the budget, about 1.5 million.
That's correct.
What are your budgeted deficit for the ending of this year? I know we're just going through.
It's it's budgeted at a little over 3 million. I'm hoping that we come in between 2 and 2.5 deficit.
Okay.
My biggest question, the thing I'm most confused about is we got this $600,000 number and all of a sudden it jumped up to 1.1 million. Where's the difference between that and I don't understand how you build tracks, so maybe.
I'm not.
600 was from last year. That was the estimate at that time.
For a full reconstruction? I don't know if the 600 is apples to apples comparison.
Okay, it was a different project back then?
I don't know if it was different, but it was the estimate at the time that we were given.
Okay, thank you.
So I think to Dr. Lawler's point earlier, we need to start nailing down the resolution. And so I think, do we have a consensus? We want to look at the financing first. We want to look at where we're going to pull the funds from and then look at our options, or vice versa. Is there any opinion either way?
Yeah, funds.
Funds, okay. So thumbs up if we want to support taking the parking lot off for now, essentially kicking it down the road for lack of a better term, and using those funds to subsidize part of the cost for the track. Thumbs up. Consensus? Okay. Okay. It's a majority. Okay. So that'll be formulated in the recommendation, right? Or the motion. Okay. So then, at this point, we need to look at C or D. The way I see it, we have to approve D and hope it comes in at C. It sounds like we can't have one or the other. It sounds like they have to go hand in hand.
Do up to D?
Up to D.
Yeah.
Unless someone has a strong feeling or has a strong argument for any of the A or B, and we didn't get to E or F, but I don't think they're feasible options for us at this point.
Quick question. So with the core drilling or the substrate drilling to understand what's under there, can we do that almost immediately, besides the bidding, so we can just get that done, because
Yeah.
that's going to actually play kind of a role into what we end up bidding anyway. And I know you're gonna try to kind of piecemeal this whole bid out anyway, as far as what it's gonna cost us.
Right.
But can we get some sort of guarantee that we're gonna get them out almost as soon as possible, completely separate from the bidding process, or does that have to be lumped in with the bidding process?
No, it is independent of the bidding process. We want that to be third-party information to inform
Yeah.
us of how to put the design together.
Yeah.
I mean, we would ask solicit costs for that immediately, and within a week or so, hopefully get numbers back so they can mobilize within a couple weeks. And that information we can usually get a rough draft of that information and their findings within about a week, and then a full report maybe a few days later.
Well, and I know, I mean, to a degree, I'll say, if they start stripping the top of the track, that's completely independent of what the core samples say anyway, right?
Ask that again, I'm sorry.
If they start stripping the track itself, it's independent of what's going on.
Oh,
underneath.
yeah, I think we should have geotechnical information back before we mobilize the demolition.
Okay.
I think those two things can stay separated and staggered enough where we don't have to worry about that.
I just want to make sure that we don't have to go to Geo,
Yeah.
figure out how much that's going to be, bring it back to the board. We got to approve something, 2 or 3 weeks from now. I just want to make sure that we're not like limping into this thing.
I think this costs us
We're gonna need that information as soon as possible, because whoever is going to bid it needs to know what's down there. What the parameter or what the expectations are of what they're gonna find. Obviously, it won't know for sure until the whole top is stripped off, but those samples will give them something on which they can bid.
Which is perfect. I just want to make sure we're going to do that
And have it be
now.
an accurate thing, yeah.
And I think that's,
perfect.
that's why D is kind of the top end limit, it's giving us worst case scenario.
Exactly.
But our goal is to bring back, a bid on the bid recommendation on the May 29th board meeting, because if we miss that board meeting, we're to June 24th, and so we don't wanna do that, or we can have a special board meeting to approve it. So we talked today about the importance of expediting and taking care of this, starting tomorrow, once we have board's authority.
Cool. Perfect.
So-
My only concern, and I just want it to be said, again, we don't wanna halfway do this. So not having the geotech ahead of time, how do we know for a fact that this is our worst case? Because they might go out there and they might find, and there's a whole lot of stuff down there going wrong. And so if you need more than this, I just don't wanna cut any corners, like, oh, well, we're in this budget and this is all we can do, but now we found there's a lot more and it's gonna cost a lot more, and so now we gotta cut here, cut there. Like, what's the checks and balance on that kind of stuff?
Well, we'll bid a unit price scenario where it'll address the things if there's more than we expect, below grade.
Okay.
Soil correction type of things. If we're shooting for that end of May board meeting, we are probably gonna be parallel finding that geotechnical information on the heels of having a bidder put their bid together. So there is, we'll have to kind of finesse how we do that. I just know that getting a testing agency mobilized, it takes a week or two to get on their calendar. So we'll push that as fast as we can. It's a service. It doesn't need to have a board action, if I'm not mistaken, so we can move that ahead pretty quickly. And take as much of that data as we can, collect on the spot basically, and feed it into, not only incorporate that report for the bidder's use, but also anticipate what does it look like we have so we can build unit prices and a baseline for them to bid on for soil. It's really soil correction is probably the major piece of it. Maybe some drainage components.
Is there flexibility on the 29th meeting that, say, what Ms. Simmons just said, right? They come in and we give a threshold of $1.1 million, and they're like, well, we find we need $1.5 million. Is there flexibility for us that we can up it if we need to? Okay.
At this level,
Awesome.
Dr. Fuchs, given that we're gonna, assuming that we pass the motion to reduce the parking lots, would you want it from the O&M fund or the working cash? Is there a preference? Because to me, they're very, like we discussed.
O&M is fine.
O&M, okay. Well, that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion, we'll see if it passes. So I'm gonna make a motion that, A, we direct administration to stop the parking lot resurfacing capital improvement or capital project. And direct administration to construct a new track, utilizing option D, with the potential project cost of up to 1.14 million, with the excess funds coming from the operation and maintenance fund.
Second.
And a roll call, please.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
Mr. Mankowski.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you for the input.
Julie, did you get the wording on that?
Yes.
We're good?
Enough, but yes.
Okay.
Yep, we're good.
Real quick, briefly, we saved this for earlier in the meeting, but at this point, I know it's late, and I know we have some more exciting stuff to talk about, particularly the referendum, but any of you student athletes or anyone who wants to go, our feelings won't be hurt. We completely understand that you're here, and we thank you for coming out.
I was going to say, I just wanted to add, this was great to see that kind of participation about things. Maybe we can keep seeing that.
Yeah. I think Ryan's going to use the restroom.
Mr. Chavez, are you bringing up J4? Are you grabbing J4?
I don't know, I just want to say it. That's such a weird thing to say. For years, it was like people have been on the board for like 20, and I was like the newbie, right? And all of a sudden, somehow I became the senior.
You're the old guy.
You know, 20 years. Yeah, people have been on the board for years.
I hate being on camera. I really do. A couple more minutes. Should we have for Kleisner or?
Yeah, wait for Ryan to come back in.
They just did.
Just kidding.
If we could have been, I'm gonna be right back.
These guys suck.
You know what? That all works out.
She'd be like, what? It's moving along at a faster pace than I expected.
I know, yeah. I assume. It helps when we all agree.
This one's factual feedback, so it will go well.
Executive TikTok.
We're going to give it just a minute to allow all our board members to return. Okay, we're going to go ahead and resume the meeting. The fourth item of new business is the discussion of the Kaneland referendum information. Just a reminder, this is an informational agenda item, so we will not be making a decision, but it's time for discussion. So, Dr. Layden.
Yes, thank you. As Mr. Chavez brings that up, I would just like to reiterate what Board President Gonzalez shared, that we are going to share some information, share what we've done since the February board meeting when the board directed us to go get more information, seek feedback, the groups that we met with, the timeline, and the findings, and then followed with what the next steps would be for our board. What does our board need? What information do you need for us to be able to reach a finding for a question that would need to follow the timeline that we do have. So whether you follow in your board packet or up on the presentation, up on the board, first thing I want to just recognize the committee, the referendum planning team met with about 25 to 28 different groups over the last 2 months to put these findings together, present the findings to the board, and then see what the next steps would be. So part of that group, Mr. Critta met with us regularly during that time to give us feedback, but the team was also comprised of, as they're lined up, you can see them, Mr. Chavez, our Director of Communications, high school principal, Dr. Horn, high school athletic director, David Rollman, Dr. Jackie Bogan, Mark Payton, Dr. Fuchs, and myself. So that's who has met with groups over the last 2 months and want to share the timeline. As we shared in February with the board, going back to 2024, the referendum planning team then outlined what the next steps were going to be. So if you look on the sheet, it's through April. We met and invited all of our various groups that we'll show in a second who we met with, and then Mr. Chavez will share some of the findings, the key findings. But if you go through April, if you can forward it one more slide, we do have 2 meetings in May to get more feedback or more information back to the board, and then also June and July. Recommended that if the board chooses to move forward with a referendum, that recommendation and ballot question is finalized in July, because August, I believe August 24th is the date. We do have one August meeting, but we wouldn't want to wait till the last meeting to determine that. So July is our target date that we would want to utilize to finalize a question. And to get to that question, we have professional organizations that can provide that, show what that wording would be, and completely support what the board wants to do moving forward with proper questioning. The next thing, the groups that we met with, one of the things that E.O. Sullivan, who assisted us with our last referendum from last year, one of the things they shared, you need, for this process to move forward, to at least hear from all of your internal stakeholders. So we took time, met with, as you can see on the sheet, our administrative team first, and then feedback, conversation, and then from there, the district office staff, all of our staff members that work in the district office, and then our teaching staff, our KEA members, our association. We did that in a couple different ways. Number one, the school-based meetings. So for EC through 8, those schools, we did it in a larger group of their staff and teachers and the staff to get their feedback, and you'll see what Mr. Chavez has compiled. The high school, if you recall from our last referendum, the referendum completely encompassed high school needs. It was all high school related, so knowing we had greater needs there that were outlined for that referendum, we met by departments with each of those groups for, we had 30 minutes scheduled, met with each one of them. Then when we were done, Mr. Chavez did another survey just to follow up to say, did we miss anything? Is there any more feedback you'd like to give us? And continue to compile that with the list that we do have. We did meet with 2 different student groups. It was a smaller student group because that's who was available. And then Katie is going to share some additional feedback, not tonight because of the timing, but when we get that information from her, I'll forward that onto the board from a student grouping perspective as well. Operation departments, given the fact that there are several needs across the district, as you saw with the capital project list of $26 million, we wanted to make sure that we didn't miss any of our operation groups. So transportation, maintenance, food service, and technology all gave us their real-time needs and the needs that they do have. Our committee work, we did have this conversation with our Citizens Advisory Committee, Facilities Planning Committee, and the Finance Advisory Committee. CAC had about 10 or 12 members that night. The Facilities Planning Committee unfortunately only had 1 member that could attend that night. We did get some feedback from him, and that is also compiled in there. And then the Finance Advisory Committee as well. Dr. Fuchs oversees that one, and we got that feedback compiled.
Can I ask a quick question in this group? I don't see coaches, the sports, the athletics and stuff, and I know there's some things that are listed for them. Was Mr. Rollman, since he's the athletic director, was he kind of the representative, like, so I'm assuming he knows what the athletic needs were for the different sports? Like, we've had some comments say, coach, we're making decisions and coaches say we maybe don't need to make some of the changes, so I'm just, how did their voice get spoken?
Part of the departments, not just the departments, there was the coaches isn't a department, but we met with the coaching staff too, as well as PE, and then all of the other the additional academic departments as well.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that.
And then again, that last survey that Mr. Chavez sent right after spring break was if we missed anything, or if after you had a chance to reflect on the findings and there was something else that you wanted to share, had that opportunity. And we're a small enough district too that if somebody submitted anything to Mr. Chavez or any of us at a later time, we wouldn't say, sorry, we missed your timeline. We wouldn't do that. So then as we transition, the next several slides, as we met, it was truly a listening tour of what are your needs, what do you have. So you will see probably on the coming slides that Mr. Chavez is going to present, some of these would not fall to the level of being on a referendum because of the scope of the project. But what we didn't want to do was diminish the conversation or shortchange the conversation. So as they shared, Mr. Chavez compiled all of it. So with that, Mr. Chavez is going to share from the different buildings, the building perspectives of the primary findings. Some of the findings that you will see will go into capital projects later on, and some of these would be bigger picture that would be possible board consideration for a referendum in November. Mr. Chavez.
All right, as Dr. Layden mentioned, we met with staff members at each school to gather information about their thoughts on a referendum. Some of the feedback we received was related to infrastructure needs at each school. As you'll see in the following slides, the Kaneland High School really had the greatest needs considering the age of the school. And then you'll kind of see that the needs for each school kind of dwindles down as we talk about some of the newer schools in the district. So the high school has a whole wide variety of needs. As Dr. Layden mentioned there, some of them aren't, infrastructure in terms of a referendum. But all the feedback that we received was very valuable in helping us gain insights into what the true needs are of all the schools in the district. Some of the highlights from the high school there were they need some classrooms to be reorganized, and that way departments, staff, and students alike can collaborate better. Also, there are some needs related to study lounges, so again, students are able to collaborate. And also special education facilities, up-to-date science classrooms, private and soundproof facilities for our counselors, so that way they're able to maintain privacy whenever students do visit them. And these are, again, just a very small portion of the needs at the high school. And really the main reason for some of these improvements would be to maintain equity with other schools in the area and around the county. There were also some safety-related needs that the high school staff had concerns about. Some of those safety issues are related to ventilation. Athletics were mentioned. Many students use the hallways to practice, and running on certain surfaces isn't always the safest thing to do. And really just updated athletic equipment for wrestling and padding and those type of things that are also needed. So quite a few safety concerns related to some of the facilities there at the high school as well. Also, the staff wants to see updates to certain areas of the school that are for the students, staff, and also visitors that come to the district for different events, whether that be sports or theater and things like that. So I think also a lot of these improvements would increase the pride around the campus as well. So some of those improvements would be bathroom remodels, was high on the list, furniture, and then also some insect control. So many issues with that around the locker rooms and those type of facilities that are often visited by members of the community and members of other communities as well. So as we continue on here, we'll get into the infrastructure, or some of the needs, I should say, that were expressed by staff members of other schools. We'll get into KBK. Again, as I mentioned earlier, you'll kind of see that these needs dwindle a little bit as we get to some of our newer facilities here around Kaneland. So AC in the gym was actually a topic that was expressed quite a bit around the different schools. Reason being is as the students go into the first part of the school year in August and those type of things, when the temperatures are really hot outside, those gyms can get pretty hot. Therefore, it can get challenging to complete any kind of tasks or any kind of physical related activity that is taking place inside of the gym. So you'll kind of see that theme throughout these elementary schools, and that is a concern also at Kipling and the high school. KBK also mentioned emergency windows for safety. There is some flooding issues around the entryways as well. KSS had some playground flooding. They also are interested in updating the equipment that's used for recess, landscaping, and oftentimes there is building odors whenever the building is not used for an extended period of time. It kind of needs to be ventilated out. KST is interested in seeing newer furniture, fixing ceiling leaks, and also improving the ventilation there as well. KME, again, as I mentioned, AC's in the gym for the reasons I mentioned a few moments ago. At the moment, there is not a lot of shade on the playground over there, so they'd like to see some trees or some sort of way to create shade for the students as they're engaging in those recess activities. And also some larger computer labs as well to, again, kind of keep that equity there and make sure that our students are able to learn in a great facility with computers. Kipla, looking for that AC and bathroom renovations to be completed in that facility. FVCC, which also shares the Kipla building, at this time would like to see some auto and welding facilities. Again, classes to become more centralized so that students are together. Garage door, because there's a lot of heavy equipment that's moved in and out for those particular classes, and then also storage for that heavy equipment. Harder Middle School, as we can see there, had landscaping was really the only major concern that they have there at the moment in terms of the feedback that we received from staff, as that is our newest facility there. So from there, we did meet with the Kaneland committees. That would have been the CAC, FPC, and FAC, as Dr. Layden mentioned there in a previous slide. The feedback was really insightful for the more bigger pictures and getting that kind of community information. So the thing that was mentioned was a big concern about athletics. And again, a lot of families visit athletic facilities at other schools around the county, and that's where the comparison is coming in. And those athletic facilities here at Kaneland are just simply not up to par in comparison with other schools in Kane County. Field house, there was a lot of concern expressed about getting a field house put in from different members of the community when we had these meetings. They do want to see more specifics on the projects this time around, mock-ups of designs, and they also want the community to know what would happen if a referendum fails and what those consequences would be. A new entrance at the high school was discussed for safety reasons. And also the mechanicals are just simply reaching the end of life, so a lot of the committee members expressed concern about getting that message out to the community and making sure that everybody is aware that at a certain point it's just the end of life. It really has nothing to do with maintenance at that point. And also really just the age of the facilities, high school being one of the oldest facilities in the district, and just really emphasizing that to the community. So that was some of the feedback that we received from the various committee members. Really, I just want to thank all the staff members that took the time to really meet with us and provide some valuable insights and information related to the projects that are needed, but also a lot of other topics as well, such as how to communicate to the community and getting the information out there. We look forward to continue working with all the various stakeholders and gathering more feedback throughout this process.
And before we transition to financials, as Mr. Chavez said, any of the drawings, any of the considerations that we have right now, none of those have been set in stone. The reprioritization that we're going through, that you'll see in each of the options, those options have flexibility built in. We just group them together rather than bringing all of these projects and then starting from scratch. So it's truly a jumping off point to see where the board is, what projects that you feel most compelled to tackle and moving forward. And as Mr. Chavez shared, the communication plan is not part of this because we've not started that piece yet. It was intentional to bring it back to the board first, to see where the board is, to see what questions you have. So before we move to financials, are there any questions on the shared needs that we collected?
Yeah, so I have a question. I wonder, and maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, so if this is later in the presentation, okay. But how confident are we, how do we know these are the needs, right? Like, did 5 people say it? Did 10 people say it? You know what I mean? Like, how do I know that with confidence this is the list that we should be working from?
David, as we talked about from surveys and this feedback, what is the inter-rater reliability piece of those that went on here, the scope of how often they were referenced, the number of times through the meetings or the feedback? Was it a 10 plus? Do you remember that exactly?
Well, this particular information was just obtained from staff members, so, you know, we basically presented information that was presented to the board previously about the referendum. The survey that we sent out to the community was presented to the staff members. We asked them questions related to that survey and whether they had any feedback related to that. And then from there, we got into the needs of their school. So it was just really a collaborative group effort in terms of the comments that we received here. Those were just tallied and put on, and at that point, we went ahead and just kind of regurgitated that here to the board. So there really isn't like, you know, hey, somebody said this 5 times or 4 times. It was more so, hey, we're getting together with the staff. It's going to be a collaboration. Please share with us any concerns that you have. And that's where this information came from. So.
I think, and I appreciate that. I think, and you guys that were here with the last round, maybe correct me, but it was really hard to know, was this just the loudest person in the room and we just kept listening to that one or small group of people, or was this really representative of a lot of people? Did it matter where you were talking to these people? Like, I just felt like I never had a good handle on, like, is this really the voice of people? Yeah. Or is it a voice of a person or a couple? You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
I'm still not sure where we're at with that. Like, I still feel like I don't have a good sense of, and I know we have just this crazy kind of system, right, with 9 different communities and all these different buildings, and I understand the challenge of it. I'm still not comfortable with that. Do you guys?
I absolutely agree, and what I wanted to bring up is the blueprints look pretty similar. My oldest plays on the sophomore baseball team, and I look at the baseball fields and I'm like, why is it faced towards the sun? Now a coach is going to bring that up. Has a coach brought that up? Is that a concern?
Right.
Okay. We have the track here. We're taking care of the track. I had spoken to the football coach inquiring about the track, what his concerns were. We don't need to spend $17.1 million on a stadium. You refurbish what you have. So we don't reinvent the wheel, we just make it better.
Sure.
I mean, we're riding on wooden wheels.
Yeah.
We just need to put rubber on the wheels and get along. We don't need the chrome rims with the racing tires. But I feel too, the coaches, I mean, my kids are involved in sports. Somebody just mentioned about spreadsheet going out. What are the coaches' concerns? I mean, why are the baseball fields that way when, I know my son, I would go out and watch the game. We're not in the sun. Why do we want to be in the sun? That's huge. Cut that out. I mean, I've seen the fields. There's drainage issues, light issues, scoreboard issues. The freshman field is absolutely awful. I've seen kids almost tear ACLs sliding from first to second. These are all concerns, and that's who I want to hear from. I want to hear how many coaches we have. You know, what is their say? You know, if you take the stadium out, we're down to 40 million. You take away the track, you're down to 38-ish million. You know, that opens up more money elsewhere. I see all these needs. It's just a list. It's like, I want receipts. I want to know where things are. I remember the CAC meeting where one of the teachers was like, he looked at the board and said, okay, we're going to spend X amount of money in these science classes. But I remember at the meeting going, I don't even know what that means. So it's like, that's great. We got an engineer designing this. But unless, like the community member stated, if we don't get feedback and tell exactly what we need, Culinary. I spoke to the teacher last year. My son loves the cooking class. No, he doesn't want me talking about him, but he enjoys it. He's learning. That classroom would not pass, what do you call it? Inspection. It absolutely would not have electrical outlets right next to the sink where the water's just dripping on it. I'm like, that's huge. That can open up students that are interested in that, open up more classes, but those are the things that we need. This is just generality, no receipts, and I've talked to more people that said, because of that, this is not gonna pass.
Thing is, too, I was gonna say, so lessons learned from that too, because that was the biggest thing from the referendum is like, well, you're saying a field house, or you're saying this, you're saying that. I wasn't asked, you know, so did we make sure we covered all those asks?
Yeah.
The other thing is too, I don't wanna fall into the fact that, oh, we got the track fixed, well, we don't need to do the football field and stuff like that. We do.
No, we
I
do.
mean, the bathrooms
Yeah.
there, I mean,
Yeah.
again, I don't wanna put,
Refurbish.
what's the lip gloss on it,
Yeah.
just to make it pretty. I want it functional
Yeah.
for years to come, that we don't have to come back years from now and going, well, we kinda half-assed it this time, so just to get it done, just to make it, so it's not on.
Yeah,
whatever
no, and I'm
your-
glad you brought that up.
I want a good field for our football players,
Yeah.
our band, and for our track and everybody, for years to come, not just putting lip gloss on it right now. So for us to say, well, we don't need to spend whatever
No, it
the amount
opens,
is.
no, let me step back. What it does is it opens up funding. And I asked the football coach directly, because if you do the work on the track, you know, there's drainage issues. And I said, are you content with a grass, like a really nice grass, or what is your thoughts? I asked him specifically, what are your needs? And turf is, you can take money from there and incorporate it in there. You refurbish what you have. Like I said, the best example is Geneva High School. Lived there, ran that track since I was 6, 7, 8 years old, up through high school. We played on it. Same thing, those bleachers are the exact same bleachers that I ran up and down and slid down the roof 40 years ago. They refurbished the track multiple times, the field, the bleachers, the bathrooms. That's what you can take the money, incorporate it into there, and rebuild that stadium. Lighting, scoreboard, all that stuff. Not a whole new stadium. This is where we sit.
And please remember, this last page is not a finished product whatsoever. It's a truly, as it says at the top, the site concept, just to give an idea. As if this reorganization of this spot takes place, this would be the beginning of several conversations that would take place.
Right.
This is not even close to what an end product could or would look like.
No, and I appreciate that.
But the idea is just bringing this up now. It
Yeah.
has to be now, you
But
know?
to
And I'm
your
not- I'm
point-
not-
So,
I'm not
and that's what that
arguing.
feedback from the board right now is essential to hear.
But to that point, to his point, we're saying, again, the most expensive, the worst case scenario, but what are our prices? Because if this is not realistic pricing, like we said, if we're gonna upgrade the football stadium and we're gonna do it right, and we can do it right at a lower cost, are these numbers inflated for the worst case scenario, I guess? How are we getting the
We
true
ran it that
numbers?
last time.
Cause I don't want the community also to say, oh, we're asking, say, for 40 million, because then we're gonna get all brand new stuff, and then we only spent 20 million. Well, what did you guys do? Did you guys just make it pretty enough? Did you just paint? Did you just do the basics? They're like, no, we did 20 million because we were able to find better ways, not cheaper ways.
Just reallocate.
Yeah,
It's
no, not reallocate, it's about making better choices, being financially, responsible with the money, so,
And-
so how do you figure that out?
And part of that, the fortunate piece with the director of communication will be telling that whatever is finalized, if something, when it's finalized, that will come through a director of communication to be able to tell that story in a different way than we are able to. Because that was some of our feedback as well, is, as we met and as we did tours, that story was lost in translation. And so now with the director of communication, when the board wants the feedback, whether it's communication pieces, site maps, those types of things, I think we had those poster boards we took around as well, and some of that was lost on groups that weren't able to see them in person or come on tours. So that would be all part of the feedback that we would gain, and then a communication plan to make sure that we meet with, get it completely out across the district.
So, and to Dr. Lawler's point too, I appreciate like the coaches and everybody, but they've also always just been asked, what's the bare minimum? I want them to be able to say, then they might not, so what are our checks and balances of them saying, oh, we only need this, but we really would like this, and so there's gotta, so who is making that final call of going, yeah, you know what, he asked just for new grass, but we need more than that, and that somebody with more, not more knowledge, because obviously he knows his field. He's been around to other fields. He understands that stuff. But to not do the bare minimum again, you know.
Well, not to dispute your point, but I have grave concerns about us passing a referendum, period. And for me, it's a, I don't want to say concerning, but I'm a little concerned that if we ask for any more beyond that, at this point in life, I'm looking at these property, you know, based on your home value, what the impact you'll have on your property taxes. I don't know, I was discussing this with someone the other day, you know, it's really hard to sell in a referendum, ACs and HVAC equipment because you can't see it. Well, in this environment, I feel like that's the only thing you can sell are necessities. And so it's just something to consider as we move into this, you know, where are we gonna be able to cut back and identify the needs versus the wants and focus on the needs in terms of selling it to the community and having their taxes increase. So I agree, I'm just offering that counterpoint.
I guess my thing is, a need for one person might be a want for somebody else.
Well, so I was just gonna say something like this, right?
It's always.
This is our biggest problem is, so you ask people at McDowell Elementary, where my kids go, they don't care about the high school, right? They care about the AC at McDowell's gym. Like, that's what they care about. And when that didn't show up on the referendum, they're like, well, I'm not gonna vote for this thing if it doesn't address my needs. Right? And I don't know how we're capturing that. That's my question, right? Like, are we gonna be able to capture that? Because I think the mistake we made the last time was, well, we'll hit vast majority and we'll see if that worked. I don't know if that worked because the vast majority really didn't see eye to eye on things because it's such a different group of people, right?
Well,
Like, again, you go to Ask McDowell, and one of them, we had a whole meeting, and then people were like, well, what if we just built a new high school? Ask me for $140 million, and we'll just tear down the high school and start over, right? And that was a mindset, right? But that's, so then how do you capture that, right?
I had so many people asking, why didn't you just build a new high school?
That's what I'm saying,
That
yeah.
would have been.
Yeah, and so this is my question, right? Like, how will we ever get this passed if we have, all we wanna do is do a few little adjustments to the high school to tear the damn thing down and build a brand new one on its, right? Like, how do you find a compromise there? I don't know. And I don't know if we can find the voices. I'm rambling, 'cause I'm still trying to find the way.
Can we still capture some of those conversations as we move into financials? Because some of them might be in there. I didn't mean to cut you off, but.
No, go ahead.
There's still 10 or 12 slides. I want to make sure that we get through all of it.
Sure.
And be able to get your feedback, not just on the projects, but the scope of the expenses and potentially communication down the road. Thank you. Dr. Bogan?
Thank you.
Thank
And
you,
I
Mr.
think a
Chavez.
lot of the conversation hopefully can be answered in some of these future slides, but everyone is touching on sort of every issue and quandary that the referendum planning team has sort of encountered along the way. Mr. Chavez spoke to it, you know, the opportunities to meet with staff. Staff have also, and committees as well. There was an additional survey with just one question that was sent out after all of the meetings that to all staff members that just said, is there anything else that you'd want to share with the team that you didn't share already? So that was a way that we also were able to gather maybe not just the loudest voices in the room, but another opportunity for people to share that important feedback. One of the things
How
that,
many people responded to that?
you know, I don't have that number, but we can,
37.
How many?
537.
to the survey, but,
Oh.
to the original survey, but to the second survey,
Oh, that was the second one.
Well, there were
like the one that was only one question.
Oh, okay.
the
Yeah,
one right after
that
spring break.
last,
One
that
after
last
spring
opportunity.
break. Was there anything else we missed during our tour?
Yep.
Okay.
In the
Oh,
537,
that one, yeah.
537 that replied, that was out of how many was sent out?
Oh, that,
Yeah.
the
All of
entire
School
community,
Messenger?
yeah,
Yeah,
all of School
5,000
Messenger.
Which is about 30 different from the previous year,
Right.
prior to the other referendum. So those
So
numbers
10% feedback.
And that's just people who have children in the district, right?
Or, yeah, staff, anyone connected with School Messenger. One of the pieces of feedback that we did get quite a bit on was regarding finances. People across the board indicated that, you know, there are high property taxes and everyone has felt increasing inflation over the years. Another big topic was the cost of just essentials. We all know that when we're going to the grocery store, we're going to buy gas for our cars. Those are much higher than they were 5 years ago, and people are feeling that across the board. People also, we got some good feedback, not just highlighting what the money in a referendum is used for, but what can't it be used for. And I think that was a really great piece of feedback that we got from people, because you know, we want to make sure, if this were to move forward, that we're clear on the projects, we're clear on the dollar amount, what it can be spent for, but also educating our community here and also the public about things that referendum dollars can't be spent on. You know, it can't be salary and benefits. It can't be those non-capital things. And so that was really important. The next piece was something that was talked about in the previous referendum, but also something that people indicated that they wanted more information about, and that was the harder bonds. Currently, the district has harder bonds that will be paid off in 2029, and so really giving the community more information about what those bonds falling off does to the overall tax impact for the school district portion of the tax bill. And then the second part of that is working within those current bonds to see, is there an opportunity to restructure those bonds in any way so that the tax impact, should we go to referendum for new bonds, for new money, doesn't have as great as an immediate impact. We did hear frequently, almost surprisingly how frequently, people asked, staff asked, community members asked, why don't you just build a new high school? And so one of the things that Dr. Fuchs did is she worked with Dan Krita at Wold to get an estimate for that new high school. And to build a new high school would be approximately $220 to $234 million. So that well exceeds the district's debt limit.
And that doesn't include, so obviously you would have a whole new building somewhere else. What would we do with the current building?
Correct.
So, okay, so there's no cost in that, okay.
Right. The next slide I want to talk about is how a referendum would impact the long-range facility plan, or that capital projects list. We did talk a little bit about it already tonight in that conversation about capital improvement plans and also in the track. Currently, the district has $26.6 million in identified capital needs across the district. You know, should the track move forward in that option D sort of scenario, we could take $1.1 million off of that list. So it would reduce it by that. You're gonna see in just a little bit here, Mark Payton and Dan Critter are here to go over some of the project groupings, the individual project groupings, but what does that option 1 look like, and how would that impact the long-range planning? It would take approximately $12.8 million off of that capital list that would free up to do other projects in the district. By adding, you know, by choosing option 2, it would take off another $1.6 million, and then option 3, $860,000. So in your packets, you not only have a copy of this presentation, but behind that you also have Wold Dan Krita's breakdown that has all of the individual projects that Mark Payton's going to talk about. So I also encourage you to take a look at that. It does have some price estimates. And then I do just want to point out the site, the concept map that was included is in no way final, to reiterate that. And it was included simply to show that if we wanted to do a new stadium, or if that was one of the options, that it could be done without a track. So it was to show that there can be revisions made, there can be changes to made, but this is in no way final, just really kind of that starting off point. And I will turn it over to Mr. Payton.
Thank you. So the committee kind of broke down the needs into several options. The first option, which totaled about $40 million, would be for infrastructure and mechanicals, which includes mechanical systems like boilers, air handlers, ducts, air conditioning, chillers, plumbing fixtures, and roof replacements. Updated classroom spaces, which includes updating those 3 science labs that we've been talking about, refreshing the classrooms in several areas of the building, widening corridors, upgrading ceilings, floors, walls, and lighting, modernizing older restrooms, improvements to the library to create more collaborative spaces, repurpose under or unutilized areas in the building, and also includes air conditioning for the gyms at Blackberry and McDowell, new flooring for Blackberry and McDowell, replacing the HVAC systems at Shields and Stewart, and replacing all the roofs for the elementary schools. Option 2 includes all those things plus campus reorganization and improved athletic facilities. And there was some discussion about this. Those 2 things go hand in hand. So kind of if you're going to pursue this improved athletic facilities, we also have to do the campus reorganization to ensure that everything is the way it needs to be for safety and spectator access, things like that. Then option 3 includes option 1 items, option 2 items, and then secure entrance main office improvements, and that's really the primary driver of that is to get all of those non-instructional things coordinated, like psychologist, social worker, nurse, all that coordinated into a new office area, student resources, and that's for special education, RTI suite, updated environment for the special education department, and the bulk of that is to construct a new wood shop addition. The reason being right now, the wood shop is kind of adjacent to those special ed areas, and so you're trying to teach the most at-risk students with bandsaws and dust collectors and things going on right next door. That's not an ideal situation for either group. So probably half of that cost would be to relocate the wood shop area. Also updating playgrounds at the elementary schools. And then option 4 includes option 1, 2, and 3, as well as a field house and some more collaborative spaces within the high school. Repurposing the West Gym into a social studies suite, a field house. It would require relocating the transportation facility and the maintenance facility at the high school, based on feedback on where we would place the field house.
Thank you. Yep, and just to reiterate, that field house number of $52.41 million includes the relocation of maintenance and transportation.
Before we move on to the estimated annual tax impact slide, questions on project grouping, project list before we get too far down the line. We don't want to miss out on the opportunity to capture questions or comments.
I just have a question about the infrastructure. Now, as far as the high school, it's being 60-some years old, I mean, how strong is it? If we do this and that little bit, what we're going to do to it, I mean, when would we have to come back and rework it, refurbish, are the beams, is everything solid? Is the foundation solid? Like, your honest opinion.
Yeah, I think structurally it's fine. It's the systems that need updating. They've aged out.
Does any of this, like, gut it to the bones in any of the areas? Are you tearing it down to the actual, like, steel beams and refurbishing, or are you just kind of fixing a room here, fixing a room there, or how?
No, it's a more holistic refurbishment than just put new ceiling tile in and new light fixtures.
Yeah, I would say very selectively, for instance, science labs, just to kind of start from scratch. Some of the collaborative areas where there's some space that's not being utilized very well is to modernize that and make it more transformational to match up with the learning styles that are happening in the district. So there are pockets that would be more of a, I call it gut job or down to the bones, but for the most part, it's very system oriented. System and finishes are probably the two key.
So what is the longevity with this high school, would you say, where it's standing? I mean, we do this, when would we have to come back and go, okay, now the structure, we need a new high school?
Well, usually the break point of entertaining that question is when you've gotten to a point where educationally it doesn't fit it doesn't align with your delivery and your curriculum. That building has good bones. I don't think there's a problem with that. So I think you can keep looking at system life cycles and address things that are falling out of date on a life cycle basis. But I don't see that building becoming obsolete from a building structure standpoint. What we found is what tips the scales many times is when the spaces just don't work for the education delivery anymore. Then you've got infrastructure, systems, and all of a sudden you got spaces that just don't work. That's kind of where it pushes into maybe we should look at replacing the building as a whole.
So like exterior's decent, the roofing's decent. I mean, is that all getting replaced? And is that what when you say infrastructure?
Yeah, large sections of the roofing would get replaced in that infrastructure piece, that infrastructure line item.
Okay.
I have a question. So how flexible are these numbers? And I'm speaking specifically to the improved athletic facilities, that 17.11 million. So we just spent whatever 1.1 million on the track. So obviously we discussed in that we're not going to be moving or redoing the track. And I can just envision us saying, hey, give us the 17.11 million for improved athletic facilities. And then people are like, we just had money for the track. We're not going to do these changes. Why do you still want that? Where's that money going to go? What are you going to do with it? Can we look at, instead of, because that's one of the issues I had with the last time we did it, is there's just like a bucket. And it was like, there's your improved athletic facility, 17.11 million, and we couldn't. Yeah, I mean, we couldn't define what it was, and we also couldn't. You almost want to go a la carte with it and say, hey, we'd like to maybe get some turf in there and this and that, but we don't want to do this. Like, is there flexibility in those numbers, or is it like an all-in? Otherwise, we have to start from the beginning, ground up. Either.
Mark might have an opinion too. So, born out of the master plan was basically kind of a holistic, how do we improve all the things we think we improve? It was prioritizing that master plan. And then basically to quantify that, we have this kit of parts. We're moving baseball fields, we're moving football fields, and all those things have price tags. So that's really, it's a conglomeration of all those chess moves or those components being reorganized and reconstructed on your site. You can certainly look back and say, you know what, we're going to keep some of these things or try to modify it in place, then those numbers will certainly change. I mean, it's a costing exercise that would take place, but you have to look back and what are the priorities of our needs, and are we still addressing the highest priority needs? Whether we're refurbishing, replacing, reconstructing, you could take another look at the master plan from a site standpoint, and like you talked about tonight, you made a commitment to the track as it sits in place. We certainly wouldn't recommend that you take that and redo it in 3, 4, 5 years, but now that might be kind of a domino effect of, well, do we leave the football field there and work on refurbishing the amenities around the football stadium and look at that as the next strategy? That will change those numbers each time you take one of those chess moves and kind of peel it back. Does that make sense?
It does, but so given timing, given the November election, is it feasible that we can look at it, do this analysis, and then still meet our deadlines to get it on the ballot?
I think part of that will then depend on how many iterations of an a la carte that you'd be looking at, correct?
Yeah,
Dan and Mark,
absolutely.
depending on how many different iterations that would need to be brought back to the board for consideration.
No, and I think that's a difficult part too, right? Because for us to break down and itemize every single dollar, and nobody's gonna read that. I mean, nobody even does a survey let alone gonna read a packet this thick even to break down. Maybe a few folks out there will. Sheila. But the fact of the matter is, they're just gonna look for the one or two things that they actually care about. So we have to be careful with that too, because if we go back to you guys, say, all right, I need every single dime that's gonna be spent in every single location. That's gonna get out of control. And yeah, you're right. I mean, chances of us making November at that point are slim to none.
Well, if
And
I
then,
remember the last time, we had to keep things somewhat vague, right? Because, right when we were writing it, remember we had to like say like, well, we're gonna do this, and it was more of a vague kind of, because if you started going really specific, you've now committed to doing every one of those things, and if you don't show up, then it's like, well, hang on, I gave you my dollar, and you didn't spend that dollar the way you said you were going to. So we've played this little balance of be real specific, be too vague, try to find the Goldilocks zone. I don't think we did it, but I think we tried it.
But something else that was brought up when we had those meetings was things came in, 4 things were lumped together, and if you didn't want one of it, it was too bad, it still had to go.
Yeah.
It was packaged. We don't want packaged. Now I say like that 17.1 million, I go, okay, coaches, athletic director, what do you guys need? You guys are the ones who work on the fields. Like I said, I know, I've been to the games, I watched the games, there's flooding, there's lighting, there's fencing, is that what you need? Done. Work a package, work that out. We don't need to be a part of that. Let them do, okay, that's done. We check it off.
So I don't disagree with you at all, Aaron. I think that's smart.
Yeah.
My only caveat to that is the same thing I keep going back to. That got those coaches and those parents who are on board with that to vote yes. My kids' friends' families will still vote no because they don't care. My daughter's 7, right? And they're like, cool, you have a football stadium, but my kid's sweating and can't breathe during gym class.
And that's where I think each school should have their top 3 or top 2, and we agree, okay, what is the most dire need? Okay, you need AC? Awesome. What else? Cool. It's on. Next school.
I think that's
next
good.
school.
Yeah.
Next school. This is going to put everybody involved.
But we
and then
gotta
can
get
go.
everybody else to say,
The whole community has
look,
to be involved.
you might not get everything you wanted. You gotta get something that you want, but everybody has to get a little bit of something too.
And that's how option 1 is different this time than the past, because you do see the inclusion from elementary schools as well, from air conditioning and roof replacement at those buildings.
Well,
And
I
I think
appreciate
from
that.
the last referendum too, including the rest of the schools into it, we'll get the buy-in from others. But I think we need to go that extra step for the athletic fields, because most people don't use the athletic fields. They don't know what is needed. And unless our coaches tell them, this is what is needed. So I think the due diligence on kind of maybe just that piece, so we can list, not that, yes, these are all things, but these are the things that are the needs. You know, kind of like you guys do the strategic, you know, the budget every year of like, these are the summer projects we're gonna do. So if we can, like, again, we went to all the schools, what are your major needs? They kind of gave those, that's what we have, so that, you know, that covers that. But then also, this athletic field thing is that unknown for the rest of the world. For anybody that does not have kids here, or their kids are young right now, they don't realize later on their kid might do football or soccer or something. We need to be able to tell that story, I think, to the community members too, of like, this is why we need athletic facilities updated, because the football or the baseball fields are being flooded. We can't have games, you know, or whatever the other things are. The thing is too, I also like more description, like on here again, it says secure entrance main office, and I know a lot of people are upset at that because they just thought it was a main entrance redo, but it's not. I forget, somebody mentioned, it's bringing the nurse up front compared. People don't realize where the nurse is hidden in the back. It's not in a great place. Bringing the counselors, bringing that. So instead of like it being defined that, I think we need to maybe have bullet points of what that looks like, because that little line there, people are like, oh, I don't need a front entrance. This is fine, you know, but there's so much more into that than, and they don't understand that.
Well, and you touched on, I mean, the biggest demographic that I think looms over my head when I think about this referendum are those that don't have kids in the district. And I think, I don't know how we reach out to them, but I think that if we identify the projects as being, again, needs, not wants, but like security, you have a focus on security rather than aesthetics. We show them why they should do this and why it's gonna benefit their district, as opposed to saying, this is gonna be pretty, you know, we're gonna have a brand new stadium for everyone to enjoy. I think it's a strategy that we should look at. My concern is going back, do we have the time to do everything we wanna do and still meet our, what is it, August that we have to, our filing deadline? Yeah.
For November
'Cause
election,
we're
yes.
already approaching May.
Yeah, because I think community is going to get behind HVACs and ACs for the, I don't care if I'm a 80-year-old grandma and my kids have already gone through the school and they're like, oh my gosh, AC's not in the gym and the kids are having, I can get behind that, you know? So I think community can get behind those needs, but I think that the facilities, there's so much that needs to be done for them that the community doesn't need to know, so we need to definitely be able to tell that story, what it looks like, and like you said, having the true story, so the coaches and the parents and everybody's behind it too, going, yes, these are like the baseball fields, telling that story and stuff like that. So having that maybe more detailed bullet points of what are the concerns.
We need them to be advocates in the community for us. We need
Yeah.
to sell it to them so then they can sell it to the rest of the public.
Yeah, but we have to be careful with that too, right? Because we can be advocates of the community as individual people, but we have to be careful not to be speaking as the board. And admin has to be very careful how they walk that line too.
No,
Not
yeah, but
us.
she's saying
Yeah.
if you get the coaches on board, if we were to get the teachers on board, then they can go advocate in the community
Yeah.
for us, not us
Right,
personally.
not us.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
All right.
Jackie, next slide.
Sure. This next slide is the estimated annual tax impact. And this chart breaks it down by the amount asked for in a referendum and also by a $300,000, a $400,000, and a $500,000 home. So you'll see that top left corner, $163 per year. The increase would be all the way down to that far bottom right-hand corner of $949. And these are estimates based on the $40 million, $60 million, $70 million, $90 and $135 million. So that we do have the referendum website up, and the tax calculator will be a part of that, you know, should we move forward.
Do you know, do most people, I have no idea, do most people fit these categories, right?
I believe so. I believe the median home value is in this
Okay.
cross-section.
I only ask, right, because, like, so if I'm already paying $10,000 in property tax every year, and you ask me to toss on another $750 or whatever, I don't see that.
Right.
But if I'm paying, my house is $100,000 a year, and I'm paying $3,000, and you ask me for another few hundred, I
Right.
do see that, right? Like that person probably does care.
Correct, and that's why I think it's important to show this and then also to have that tax calculator available so that people who can put in their specific home value and find out what the impact will be.
I was always surprised that this didn't work. I thought this was such a good selling tool, right? Because if you looked at it and you're like, oh, well, I can get all this and I just have to pony up a few $100s, you know, but I don't know. Like, I talked to people after it passed and they're like, oh, I didn't really care what was the dollars. I cared about what I got. And I was like, oh, I would thought the dollars would have been the selling point.
And I think probably for those 60% of people who don't have children in the Kaneland community, you know, this maybe is looked at differently, right?
Sure.
Because they're not necessarily looking at what they're getting all the time. They may be,
Yeah.
but this may be something that's looked at.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So that coupled with the current market, with inflation, with some of the other financial pieces that we've heard, I do think this is, you know, very important, good information.
I think a lot of people are just.
The identical slide, but for when the middle school bonds are paid off and that the tax implication is no longer there. Can we have like the exact same slide like right after it saying, if you make this in 2029, this is how much will actually decrease on your yearly tax bill?
Correct, and that's one of the communication pieces that as the referendum planning team that we know that we need to highlight if we move forward with a referendum, because people gave us feedback saying they did understand the implication, they didn't necessarily believe it, right? Like, we live in Illinois, other things happen, you know, some of the feedback said, we believe that the school portion of the tax bill will go down, but I don't believe my taxes overall will go down.
There's a graphic on the website last time that outlined that. We just haven't updated that yet because we're just not moving that fast yet till we get more feedback from the board. So there was a graphic and part of the presentation. Unfortunately, those workshops that we had and the forums that we hosted at the high school, I think we had 4 or 5, 1 online and 4 in person. They just weren't real well attended. And so the tour, when people went on the tour and got to see it firsthand, saw the boilers, saw the bathrooms, and saw it firsthand, that was pretty impactful. So if the high school, which is the predominant need base, that is a story that we have to also tell in a different way to make sure that we impact those that are consuming, whether it's through videos or emails. That piece is something that we'll have to focus on in a different way to make sure that that story is told and well received.
Yeah, I think that's key, right? Because we did tell folks this, and I think you're right. I think people didn't believe it. Remember when we were, Ms. Simmons, we were at the CAC and we were sitting down with people, and they were like, well, the district is so bad with its finances. And we were like, I don't know if you know this, but like we're an award-winning district because of our finances, right? Like we are award-winning district for our finances. And they were like, oh, really? And I was like, yeah, we are good with our finances. But I think people just have this skepticism and distrust. Maybe because it's Illinois. I don't know. But yeah.
Next steps. You've given lots of feedback. I know there are some that talked about the athletics being a more important piece. Other people said need-based. Based on the options, based on the feedback, we have a series of 3 or 4 meetings that we can bring information back to reach a comfort level for a referendum, with the needs primarily being at the high school. And I don't know if you looked far enough in the packet, did you see the information on the individual projects? Because as you look for specifics, that was cited in an update that has Wold's graphic up in the left-hand corner that went through the different projects, categorized what is included in there. And again, that is borderline stepping towards a la carte with a lot of information to try to sift through. But as you review this, it might help answer some of the questions as you look at it after this meeting, prior to the next meeting, based on project-based.
If you could quantify, how much money would it cost us, is it gonna cost us if we go out to referendum and don't pass? Like from here to that point. So the only reason I'm throwing it out is because, again, I'm Debbie Downer right now, but it is what it is, and we have to look at that perspective. If we don't think we're gonna pass it, in the near future, would we be saving money by even trying? I mean, are those dollars best off saved and used later, or just to quantify, what the savings would be if we decided to?
I think there's two different parts of that one. The one, last time the dollars saved would have been through postage, mailings, phone surveys, and the utilization of E.O. Sullivan as a vending group. We have not reached any of that point. So the dollars that we have invested right now is the work that we have done, not on any products. We don't have poster boards. We don't have any of that done yet because we didn't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. So it would be time, effort, and energy, at least estimated at this point, and the work time that we have into it. We don't have those things planned yet. So I can't estimate what that might be. And I know, Dan, some districts have tried to have some of the drawings in advance so people can actually see what it's going to be. But I also know that that can backfire as well, because those are dollars that are invested, and then if the referendum is not successful, now you have drawings that will likely be outdated when we go back again. Because as you've seen, from the last options to these options, every one of them are different. So if we don't go for a referendum and we wait 2 years, this is gonna look different as well, because some things would change, capital projects would change, it would just look different. I don't know if I can.
But the costs associated with that are the mailers, the stamps, it's just that,
Yes.
the simple, I would consider them simple things.
If we do
We've
that,
already spent-
that estimate would be a 50,000 if we did financially what we did last time. I would estimate it at 50,000. Jackie and Julianne, you get more of the bills that you pay. Is that a fair estimate?
That would include E.O. Sullivan's charge as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know you said on this list it breaks out everything, but so again, sorry, athletic facilities. I'm looking at it. Like the soccer fields, nothing's on here about that. There's nothing about the marching field, where the marching band practices. Those things are not. Again, sorry, I had a soccer kid and a marching band kid. So I know what those fields look like. So if those coaches said we don't need anything, I think we need to explain that too. So, because as a parent, I'm looking at it kind of going, well, my kid does this sport, it's not on here. So like how, again, it kind of comes to Dr. Lawler's, but how do we know that we've captured everybody's voice? Because maybe the soccer coach wasn't there that day, or the marching band director wasn't there that day, or something like that. Like, did they fill out the survey, didn't they? Who are we missing? And so, like, under athletic fields, did we check off every sport and every club or whatever and make sure we had a voice for every one of them to make sure that was, and so that's my concern in that list. So.
Mr. Rollman, can you come to the microphone, please? I just want to, a couple at least anyhow, athletic-related questions. I want you to be able to address any of those from the formal meeting we had to any informal feedback that you've received from coaches that can answer Mrs. Simmons' questions or other athletic-related questions. Mrs. Simmons, can you ask that again?
Sure. So how do we make sure, so like the list doesn't include, like there's some sports on there and there's like cheerleading's not on there, there's soccer, there's the marching band, stuff like that. How do we know they've been talked to and they said, nope, we don't need anything. So we want to make sure, again, delivering that story to the community members. Because if somebody says, well, my kid was a soccer player, and why is the field not on here? We need to be able to share that. So what is the look of, like, how did you have those conversations with each of those groups?
Well, first of all, I have the opportunity to meet with our coaches regularly. I meet with them as a whole group monthly. I meet with them individually weekly during their season. We typically meet much more than that. We talk about all kinds of different topics, from things in their program, specific needs, to long-range things. I have spoken to all of our head coaches multiple times individually about different things since we first started this process prior to the first referendum. All of those coaches were invited to give input and sit down and have a meeting, as was presented earlier in the slides, as a sole group, not as part of, hey, I'm a teacher at Kaneland High School, so I'm part of this group. They were also given the opportunity to meet as coaches and talk about those needs. And I think it was important, somebody mentioned earlier that we, on the first referendum, didn't go down the road that far. That is correct, because there was only so far you can go, and then there's another round of bringing in people, because as you're right, we have fields that go the wrong direction, we have drainage problems, we have access issues. Those are all things that we would have to come back and look at more wholly, but then also individually per sport, because they all have needs.
The reason I asked too is because there just seems to be, like I said, I'm like, you're the voice of them. So you talk to them all the time, you work with them, you know their needs. There's no doubt in my mind for that. But there is a disconnect when we have somebody that's talking to coaches and the coaches are saying, well, we don't need this. This is on here. I don't need that. And so they're kind of saying something, you're saying something. So like, how do we know the needs, and not just the needs, but also what is really important? How are we going to have like the best fields and stuff like that? So that is where, like, if you can, I don't know if you can help us make that connection.
So I think you've made an important distinction here, because what I see as the athletic director and what our entire athletic department needs, our activities, all of those, is going to be different from many of our individual coaches. They're going to focus on what they want or need for their individual programs. And to be honest, I rely on their expertise, because I'm not at their practices every day. I'm not even at every single contest. So I understand, and we have worked to hire professionals. I'm going to rely on their expertise, and that's why I pick their brains for those things. And then I have to judge those against what are the needs of all of our coaches and all of our programs. Because as you pointed out, marching band has been an important component to our discussions about where do they practice. Do we put turf in a stadium, or do we not put turf in a stadium? Do we have a place for them to practice when the sun goes down and we need lights? Those are all conversations that we regularly have with them.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Rollman.
So a lot of this conversation is surrounded by athletes, and I think that makes sense, but I don't know, like, what's the percentage of students that participate in athletics?
He had stated at the last meeting over 800 out of like the
800 students.
Of the
right.
So far at this point.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry, that was my fault.
Get your steps in that way, Mr. Rollman. Thank you.
I'll be honest, I used the golf cart a lot at events today, so I probably used some steps. At this point of the 23-24 school year, we've had 800 and I want to say it was 62. I'd have to go back and check, but it was over 800 students have participated or are currently participating in high school sports at Kaneland High School.
More than a third of the student body at the high school?
What is the student body? We have about 13.
39, yes, I'm sorry.
So it's more than half.
Now,
I ask, right, because like my daughter plays softball, my son plays soccer. Like we do athletics, we think it's important, but I'm sure there's families that don't think that way, right? And are we missing those families then? Are they the ones who are voting no, right? Because we've spent all this time and I think athletics is important, but there's got to be folks who don't, right?
There's absolutely the activity component of it as well.
Sure.
And I don't honestly know the full percentage of those 1,300 plus students that are involved in at least one thing.
Yeah.
But we do offer almost 50 clubs and activities currently at the high school. So when we are talking about those enhanced learning spaces and those gathering spaces, there's one right next to the athletic office that we use quite frequently, which is a classroom / study hall, but we use it for meetings and team gatherings and club groups and all that. Those are all things that, we should be considering, because those are, my best guess, I would say at least 75% of our students are participating in at least one thing.
Okay.
Do you have numbers of community members of, I know we have like the soccer, community soccer uses our fields. There's the people that, basketball uses the, K-Max gym and stuff like that. Are those numbers that we can maybe show too, to show it's not just our kids, it's community members that will be impacted by these improvements too?
There are quite a few. In fact, we discussed them today in a different meeting today. There are quite a few what we consider feeder programs. Right. Football, soccer, cheerleading, absolutely. There are baseball and softball programs. There are identified girls and boys basketball programs as well that are using our resources. And Mr. Payton mentioned that earlier about the amount of use our buildings get during the winter time, in particular with basketball. So,
if we could tell that story too, it's not just our kids, but it's our community that we're serving too. And
the other side of that, to your point, Aaron, I know I'm going to sound contradictory to what I said earlier, but if you look at some of these sporting events, like take a football game for example, from a holistic perspective, it's a community event. We had family come in from out of town, and I just drove them by the outside, and they're like, "This is like small town Texas football." People, and if we're going to sell to members of the community that don't necessarily have kids, it's something to consider.
Sure.
And I know I'm just using football as an example.
No, I think it's I'm just trying to find the no's, right? Like, my problem is I have a really hard time picking A, B, C, D here, because I still have no idea who's the no's. Who are the people saying no to this thing? Because if we just do this again, I just feel like we're gonna be right back where we started.
We could be. One of the no's that we did hear that we noted in our groups was not any one group, but it was the financial piece. So in the survey, we did have a project piece that was based on some projects. The feedback that said they didn't care for the projects, and there was also the financial piece. So as people appreciated their feedback being shared and having that opportunity, but please also know there were some people that said very clearly, it's just not financially a good time.
Yeah.
So that's that side, as well as those that really want an upgraded space, need an upgraded space, and there was those that shared, I'm on a fixed income, I can't afford a property tax increase.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we had that discussion, right? We had that discussion the last time we did this. We had, what's the threshold of dollar ask, right? And we debated this for meeting after meeting. It started, 130 million, 70 million. We landed on 50 because we were hoping to mitigate that, what Dr. Layton just said, right? To try to mitigate that by saying, well, we'll only ask for 50, it maybe won't be that bad. It didn't work.
Correct.
Right?
What else do you need for the next steps? Because I'm hearing varied thoughts on projects, numbers. What can help you what data or information can help you make a comfortable decision?
more community feedback. That's the key. Reaching out to the community.
Treats, can we give them cupcakes to come out? Reams, meat sticks?
Meat sticks.
I don't think we can do that at the voting booth. You can have that there. But on a serious standpoint, one of the things we talked about is another survey needed, but to Ryan's point, you're gonna get 10% of the feedback, but when you have 50%, 60% of the community voting, 10% is a piece of it, but it's not the greater percentage at all. So survey does give us information, and you're right, Aaron, the survey last time, we had, it was like 37,074,130, and then we ended up 74, took off 2 projects, ended up being 57.
Right.
It was very specific and was tailored on the majority of the responses saying that was a comfort level, and clearly that something trumped it. Could have been the projects, could have been timing, could have been something else that happened to the voters as they went out.
It's hard now because some of these projects have 4 to 15% inflation since last year.
Yeah.
So, and the challenge is those aren't going to go down, and those needs are going to remain, especially at the high school. So the high school needs, as you saw the list, are more. They're all important. Don't get me wrong, and the feedback was valuable. But the ones at the high school, the end of life, big ticket infrastructure items, are more imperative, are probably the most imperative right now from a true need standpoint. It depends on the threshold of needs again, as you mentioned earlier, Aaron. A need for me is a want for somebody else.
Right.
So trying to hit the right targets with an arrow to bring back to the board for consideration.
I appreciate all the work you've done. I really do, and please don't take this as critique. I'm just trying to think through it, right? Because I don't feel that we're in that much of a different situation than we were the last time.
It's a difficult situation in a difficult environment.
Yeah.
And there's no solution.
Well, you are the Debbie Downer today.
I am. I'm telling you. I'm sad.
I think part of that is because the need. I think part of that is 2 years from now, it probably is not going to look that different because some of those high school needs aren't going to change. So infrastructure is not going to go somewhere because if our capital list is at 20, sorry, Jackie, in the future is at 26 million.
Yeah,
We have about
26.2.
1 million per year. That list is going to remain a fairly constant list, being able to peel off some of the things annually.
30 years. That's going to take you to chisel away.
So if the referendum is whatever how long will it take to get these projects done? I guess
If the
that's.
referendum passes, what would a timeline look like?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about, Mr. Critta?
Yeah, so depending on what you choose as your scope of work, I would say that, let's just say November is the date, we would start the design process at that point in time. Right now, we're trying to keep this at a very conceptual level so the district isn't investing in something that the community hasn't said yes to. So design would start, we'd probably start bidding some of the larger scale work 6 to 8 months out, but some of the more complicated projects could be out as far as a year. So if we're bidding it the summer of 26 would probably see your most active summer. Not that things couldn't start to kickstart a little before that, but that would be your active first year for summer.
Any other questions, comments?
Dr. Layden asked what we need.
Yeah.
We didn't answer him.
And we're happy to do, and thank you for sharing the amount of work that has gone into this, and we're happy to do that. It doesn't sound like it's a survey. Maybe it's just me, I'm not hearing a clear task.
Like I said, I think the biggest thing is communication, letting people know too, like how many if we do athletic fields or athletic stuff, how much else the community utilizes, so it's not just impacting our students. We need to be able to tell that story. I think that would also help us to know too, how important are these athletic fields, that it's not just students, but that it's a good portion of our community members that are using it too.
I don't know how you do this, but show taxpayers how their property values would increase from this referendum.
Is there a way?
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible.
You're talking about property values?
Yeah, like
Is there a way to like,
No, it's not.
yeah,
No,
like,
it's-
not like a, yeah, street
That's
for
one of the
street
comments that
for
was
everything.
shared regularly was, with these upgraded facilities, my property value should go up, so I'm okay with that
Yeah.
expense, but there's not a way to quantify it. We've checked with a realtor and tried to find a way, is there a way to quantify that? If my taxes go up by this much, here's the value. We were not able to find that information, so if there's another way to do that, we're happy to investigate, but we couldn't find that directly anyway.
I suppose I would offer to the rest of the board that if you think of anything as we mull this over and let it marinate, just forward it to Dr. Layden. And
Especially if you review the couple pages of scope of project as well.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for putting the information together.
Thank you
and
for all
sharing
the
it
work.
tonight. Thank you.
Thank you all for staying late.
There's no action needed.
Yeah, so at this time, there's no action needed for J4, so we will proceed into J5. Fifth item of new business is the approval of the social science units of study materials and associated new adoption funding for 2024-2025. Dr. Layden.
Yep, Dr. Mum and Mr. Raleigh will walk us through this process. It is a annual process that targets each of the curricular areas over a period of time, and I know that's part of the process and part of the approval for tonight. I know it's more focused to one scope, but with that, I'll let you talk us through that.
Perfect. I'm
Thank
going to
you.
go ahead and start with kind of just the background real quick, the history and how we got to social studies or social science, depending on which camp you're kind of in. And then Patrick will take over and share the specific proposed finances and what will be on public display over the next 30 days for everyone to review. So as Dr. Layden said, this is a yearly event. We start in September with a voluntary staff of teachers. We also get student in feedback. It's just a little late, I can't remember all my words now. We also get student feedback about midway through, both on the content of curriculum we write and then actual product we looked at as well. But in September, we get our group together. Yearly, you want to have a curriculum review cycle, and in that cycle, you want to try to get all content that students would learn, research would say, within 5 to 7 years of a review. Our social science had a mini review about 9 years ago, and a full review is 19 years ago. So we are quite off of the 5 to 7 year review cycle, just because of different finances, as well as the context of COVID and a few other issues that have set us back. What we want to do as an Ed Service Department is to start to get a little bit closer to that 5 to year cycle, 7 to year cycle. Most vendors sell us products that, if it's a license, they typically offer a 6-year license because they know that falls within the research recommended time to review. And so what we have tried to lay out is every year we go back and get feedback from the teachers of what would you like to see on the review cycle for next year. Here's what we were predicting, and now we make edits once that feedback has come in. On the front page of the memo, you'll see what we're projecting for the fiscal year 25 through 32. We update that every year to kind of show where we're hoping to go with our review cycles. Like I said, the review cycle for that fiscal year starts in September with a committee, usually a full day committee that just starts to outline and look at why are we looking at this content right now. That committee then meets October, November, December, and in those first couple months, we take time to write the curriculum and edit the curriculum. The curriculum is not actually the textbook, it's literally the proficiency tables and our scope and sequence. Those two products need to be done first. Before then, we turn our attention to look at what products are out there that we could use as the supported tool that would meet our needs based on proficiency tables and the scope and sequence. And so you'll see a lot of different things in your packet tonight from the social science review. Social science was our fiscal year 24 review, which means then we purchase it in fiscal year 25, July 1st. Sometimes you have, we just finished science a year before, and sometimes those quotes come in a little lower, or due to enrollment, we don't need as many seats, and so we do have just a little bit of extra funding from our science in fiscal year 24 that we can put a little down payment on our social science per board approval. So you'll see in some of the financials at the end, it'll say a pre-approval of 20,000. That's just the money that we were able to save from our science review because of a drop in enrollment, or consumables that we needed to replace didn't come back as high as we had budgeted for because we didn't know exactly how many cups and cotton balls we would use in the first year. So social science is the one that we reviewed this year, and I'll just quickly walk you through the K-5, and then Patrick will take over with the 6-12 and then lead into the financials. You will see attached in the second page of your memo the proficiency tables for K2 and 3-5. They are all focused around inquiry, questions, finding that hypothesis, and then determining what are the connections in historical events. What do we learn from a historical event that has an impact for future or for society as a whole? And so you'll see the tables are attached in there as well. And again, that is our curriculum that the teachers follow. Here's what we want the students to learn with this proficiency table. And then the first chart starts with the scope and sequence of how. In the K-5, the scope and sequence, you will see in every grade level, they have units of study in civics, geography, economics, and history. And then you'll see just a brief description how it varies from grade to grade throughout the K-5, and that is our scope and sequence. What we then did was took the proficiency tables and that scope and sequence, and we vetted about 8 vendors. We quickly narrowed it down to 3 for the elementary schools and brought the vendors in for a showcase, looked at the product, and then we took the product back for a full month, used it with students, used it with other teachers that weren't sitting on the committee, and then brought that feedback back to vendors and brought in 2 vendors and said, here's what the students didn't like and here's what they liked, or here's what the staff didn't like. What else do you have to answer those concerns? We were able to narrow it down with a unanimous vote at K-5 for impact. It is a Houghton Mifflin product, and it's impact social science. We do work with them in other content areas, and so it is a vendor that we have a very good relationship with and work well with. And then they quoted us, which you will see when Patrick goes over the financials, at about $123,000, $124,000 for elementary. Before I turn it over on our brief history in K-5, but before I turn it over to 6-12, do you have questions on the elementary portion of the scope and sequence or what's recommended?
Dr. Holm, how much of this is, I know with the Regional Office of Education, we do a compliance audit to make sure that we are on task and on topic to make sure that we have everything covered. How much of this is Kaneland specific, and how much of this is state of Illinois required?
Heavily state of Illinois, and then the compliance as well. And then we bring in, like when we talk about community, while that is a mandated unit of study and knowing your community, we have the latitude then to find unique things within our community to enhance the curriculum. But like out of the mandated units of study, I think we have about 116 units across all content. And probably about 60–65% of them fall within social studies and science, of just the specific unique things that have to be taught. And they usually give a grade span. What we have the local right to do is say, okay, it says within primary this has to be taught. We want to do it in second grade specific. And so the mandated units of study that are heavy in the compliance visit, we elect exactly the grade level that it goes in, but a large portion of this is based on both the standards from the state of Illinois and the mandated units of study that are refreshed every year. That being the caveat, I'm glad you mentioned that. Those come out every beginning of school year. And so I think this past year we had about 12, 13 new mandates. And so next fall, we may have some new mandates that come out that are mandated units by the state of Illinois that we may have to go in and edit or rearrange a couple things, especially in the social science.
Thank you.
So as far as content, I mean, this includes books, I think it says magazines. This is also online or virtual type learnings and activities as well, correct?
Yep, the elementary and I believe middle school too, which Patrick will speak to. The elementary impact series does have everything digital, but it also comes with class sets of the books because especially at the early learners, we want them to kind of get in and look at the concepts of print within there. How do we use charts and graphs and those things both in text as well as digital? But we do have the ability to print it or project it as well in the classrooms. We did ask, because we thought we'd be savvy and save money, we asked the vendor, could we not do the consumable books? Because, you know, that's an expense yearly, and that's actually the thing that you get for free. When you buy the digital, you get free books for 6 years, and so we're getting the consumables just because there wasn't a cost savings in not doing it.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, Patrick?
Very similar process to what Dr. Mumm has outlined. Something else that we do, and we were able to do it, we come together as a district team to start the year, and then we really kind of go our separate ways into grade spans. But we do spend some time looking at our elementary and our middle schools together, then our middle school and our high school together to look at that articulation and make sure that what we're doing at each grade span, when possible, can align throughout those and kind of weave some of that content throughout. Some of those mandates happen to be like K-12, where they say you need to be doing this at all 3 grade spans, and we try to align that when possible. Most of, and again, in this packet, it's a fairly hefty packet. It outlines our 6 through 8 offerings, and then there is a wide range of social studies offerings at the high school as well. It outlines the units of study and the standards that are covered. We'll talk a little bit about the platforms that we're going to be using. Not a ton of changes when we looked at content-wise, but it does, the approach looks at covering broad standards, and then at different grade levels using content-specific topics to deliver those. So we do look at inquiry skills, and when we're looking at inquiry skills, we might be looking at a particular war. So we're shifting away in social studies from, let's take this test to memorize these dates and these key names of generals, to really asking, you know, is it ever appropriate to go to war? What happens? What is the fallout when you do have armed conflict? And really looking at those larger scopes and in deeper questions. And a lot of that is what our social studies content covers. Going through then, we look at the funding that's associated with this, and we want to make sure that we outline this each year. If you look at those first 3 points when we talk dollar figures, these 3 pieces are things that we are paying from our curricular budget, but these were previously approved from a board presentation. So this does not necessarily impact or need the board approval for tonight, because these have been, the presentations have been shared. So this is those first 3 through the 9-12 Spanish. Those are annual expenditures that have been approved. An example of that, when we look at 9-12 Spanish, that was done 5 or 6 years ago, and rather than paying $150,000 up front, we worked with that vendor, and they broke that down into a contract of 6 payments of $11,000. So this is just that yearly recurring payment. It is the last year that we'll be making those. So when we look at the bolded pieces on there, that really is stemming from what our teams have looked at for our social studies adoptions. Dr. Mumm outlined the K-5, and looking at 6-12, want to outline a little bit of the differences between 6-8 and 9-12. 6-8, we are going with Cengage subscriptions. It is an ebook with classroom textbook sets. Cengage, just as an FYI, tends to be more of that content provider. So they have teams of teachers, administrators, consultants that work to build that content. And one of the tipping points for our teachers was really looking at that partnership with National Geographic and what those actual textbooks look like, and the primary sources and the pictures that bring all of that content to life. Another key piece there, when we looked at that, we were down to 2 different vendors, and one of them had very lengthy, drawn out units, and Cengage really focuses on 5 to 8 page readings, and then going in depth in those content, in those pieces and those standards. So that was the big tipping point for us. So that comes out to a little over $128,000. That $128,000, that services for the next 6 years any of our online subscriptions. It includes any updates that are made to those online subscriptions, and we get the textbooks that are associated with those, consumables that are associated with those. That might be a journal, if applicable, for a given grade span. 9-12, our high school is a little bit different because it gets so content specific or department specific, and I know that sounds a little bit odd, but when you look at what we'll be spending. We looked at a variety of different vendors, and it's very difficult at the high school level to find one content provider that will align all of the courses that you see outlined above this. So what we've done is when you look at the TCI is a digital provider, Houghton Mifflin Harcourt is a digital provider. Those cover a lot of our geography and our history classes. Those are more so of our general ed classes. When we started to get into our AP subscriptions, our advanced placement subscriptions, we found that a company called AMSCO provides the best sources for us. We wanted to update for our geography classes. We wanted the most up-to-date atlases, so we've worked on getting class sets of those, and then looking at some of our sociology textbooks and refreshes with some of those textbooks and ebooks. So you don't see necessarily one tool or one vendor providing those pieces. It is really course specific to what our needs were. And when we look at the full scope of that for all of our high school offerings, it comes to a little over $131,000, which if you scroll down a little bit, what we are asking approval for funding this year, the total amount comes to over $412,000. We previously have been approved through the budget process for our local curriculum for $400,000. Where we would get that other $12,000, where that comes from is through our Title IV and our Title I allocations. Title I being more geared towards diverse populations with some of the reading texts, and Title IV has some specific needs, but really looking at that covering that $12,000 plus, and that is what we use those year to year. So there are very specific things that title funding can be used for, and that's not out of the ordinary for any kind of curricular purchases that we make, whether it's reading materials, whether it's professional development that is associated with that, whether it's our English learners. So we do offset our $400,000 with some of our title money. We wanted in full transparency to outline all of that. With all of that said, pending board approval, we do have some funds that are freed up this year. We tried to capture those in parentheses, that we would be able to lessen some of those payments. The example with that high school would be we have about $22,000, and some of those things need to be fairly specific on what we can spend it on, that we can free up some of that money. All in all, the bottom line for all of our curricular needs next year is roughly $412,000, with $400,000 of that coming for board approval tonight from our local funds. Yes, a great point. So per state code, pending board approval, if you guys were to approve this tonight, we have all of these samples over at the Meredith building, and these do go on public display for 30 days. So anybody that would like to see them, inquire about them, ask questions, or actually get their hands on those books, we are legally obligated to provide that for 30 days. Once that 30-day time frame expires, then we can start to purchase that. So it will go on, our 30-day clock would start tomorrow. We cannot make purchases until the next fiscal year, so regardless, we would start the purchasing of those July 1st.
All right, I see U.S. Constitution and U.S. Constitution test. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't see Illinois Constitution either, which I believe that you still have to pass at mid-school and at.
It's at government instruction.
Okay. At mid-school and high school? Okay.
Yes. Other questions?
Just a budget one. This is what we upped the budget to, right, Dr. Schultz?
This 400,000?
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
that
what I
was
thought.
in our financial projections.
That's because it used to be lower, but we invested
For a
more.
couple of years, it was 300, but
It was
last year it
less.
was 400.
Last year was a 400.
Yeah, we
Yep.
had
I
it
thought we
400
upped
for a
it.
couple
Yep.
of years.
It was down at 300 for about 4 years.
Yep.
It was 400 leading up to that, down around COVID at 300, and then we came back to 400 last year.
Which is the
Perfect.
more of the typical amount.
Yeah.
The 400, yes.
Where we should be. You guys just made it. Look at that.
Yeah.
Good with numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, no further discussion or questions. I'll entertain a motion that the Board of Education approve the social science units of study and proposed plan for expenditures to support the revised science curriculum K through 12.
So moved.
Second. And a roll call, please.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Mankowski.
Aye.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. McCauley. Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. All right, moving right along. The sixth item of new business is a presentation of the student handbook on first reading. Dr. Layden.
Yes, thank you. As Board President Gonzalez just shared, it is on first reading. We do have our fearsome foursome that was at two of our CAC meetings. They did come to CAC based on CAC questions, shared the first round, brought it to the board, and then now it's gone back to CAC. And this is on first reading. As if approved as presented, it would then come back at the next meeting on consent. And we do have Kara Salto with us, Noe Escamilla, Mr. Herron, and Mr. Tankersley, two of our deans and assistant principals who oversee a lot of this process. And if you remember last year, we brought this together for the first time for a EC 12 handbook as opposed to three separate handbooks. So it's one handbook with three different sections in it. And it is, we are not going to go through the 90-some pages of it. What I'd like you to do is share the highlights of the changes and then see what board questions that we have after it's been through the board and CAC as well. Thank you, Carol.
All right, thank you for the opportunity for us to share the proposed 24-25 student handbook changes. Dr. Layden shared a lot of what I was just going to say in an introduction, but really I wanted to get it, while there's only 4 of us standing here, we've collected feedback from various groups, including CAC, which has the parent and guardian, as well as some board members and community members. We've been to a lot of different teacher and administrator committees as well to gain that feedback. So it's not just our 4 voices up here, it's coming from a lot of stakeholders.
It is still evening, so good evening. Again, I'm Mr.
Not long.
Mr. Escamilla or Mr. E. If you ever hear Mr. E, that's me. Again, some of these additions or updates or proposals, or a lot of them are new things put in place from our the handbook of the IPA Model Student Handbook, which is again the Illinois Principal Association handbook that is goes with laws and things that have changed. So again, the first one that would be on page 41 of the 96-page handbook is the topic would be graduation prom promotion to parents. We want to add the percent to Public Act 103, 46, or 463 provides the school shall not prohibit students from wearing or accessorizing the student's graduation attire with items associated with their student's culture, ethnics, or religious identity, or any other protected characteristics of category identifying in the Illinois Human Rights Act. Again, that is something that is part of law. That's why we're putting it into our proposed handbook change for 24-25.
And that's also updated in press policies as well that the board has seen.
Any questions on that one? We're tag teaming all these, so next.
So another addition that was added pursuant to Public Act 102-676 was IASB's resource guide detailing sexual abuse, response, and prevention. It is a resource guide that we have linked into our student handbook on page 39 that cites advocacy centers, mental health supports, and legal assistance if a need arises. So that again was a pursuant to a public act that we had to make sure that we included in our student handbook for this year.
The next 2 on the list are also law, so things that we have to include surrounding bullying. It's amended or it's updated to add a couple more categories under the bullying policy, including physical appearance, socioeconomic status, academic status, and parenting status, as well as we've added that parents will be made aware of an alleged bullying incident within a 24-hour notice. So those are things that we have to include. So I just wanted to briefly touch base on those.
Next up was adding language for use of artificial intelligence, calling it plagiarism, putting something in there for us to use if students are using AI. I've had an instance so far this year here at the middle school. I'm not sure what you've had at the high school, but it's a really easy process to just type in subjects and get either a starter, paragraph, or a whole paper. So this was language that was definitely needed for us at the dean's level and teachers in the classroom too.
I think, just real quick on 90, there's a change in lot signage. So last year, during the transition coming into this position, the high school originally had 50 temporary parking spots for students to park. And when we expanded the number of students that could purchase parking tickets or parking passes, that was down to 8. So again, it's just a quick verbiage that it's with T1 in the handbook, T1 through T8 versus T1 to T50. So just a kind of minor thing, but again, when we were going through it, we noticed that again we've expanded our parking pass purchases for students, and they're still being more hopefully added maybe next year.
Next, we updated language under electronic devices. We took out PDAs. Anybody remembers those? Added smartwatches. I think we changed mobile phone to cellular phone. Just updated some of the verbiage in there for the devices.
What page is that?
That is page 44.
Are earbuds and all that stuff, is that, so I just want to
Did we
clarify
add
for
those?
the next year, is the cell phones, is this being banned? Or what?
Cell phones are not banned.
They're not banned, okay.
But they're, at the middle school, they're required, they're supposed to be in the students' lockers. Earbuds, AirPods, whatever, are not allowed walking down the hallway. We let the kids use them at lunchtime, and their Infinite Campus ID is what they scan to pay for their lunch. So they could wear lanyards, but some of the kids that do use identification cards with the barcode on it, they're destroyed. There's like a little piece, a lot of kids take a picture of that, or they have their Infinite Campus, but there are uses for the phones here, but we definitely are working on cracking down on just having them out and about.
Is this something that's already in practice at the middle school?
Yeah.
So they're already banned at the middle school?
Yeah.
And now is this gonna include the high school?
I can speak to that. Again, when we were going through the handbook, there is again, on page 44, it states, unless otherwise banned under this policy or by the building principal, all cellular or smartphone devices and other electronic devices must be kept off. Again, those are things that we are slowly trying to update and enforce. Again, with the limitation of staffing, for example, it's very hard to do that. We've created expectations in the classrooms that we are pushing for our staff to include, and that has worked in multiple classrooms where we have pouches for them to put their phones in at the beginning of the class. So teachers' expectations for a lot of the classrooms are that we've had maybe 10 to 15 cellular violations in the classrooms that those expectations are being asked to be followed. So that's kind of the conversations we have with the student and the expectations. And then we follow up with parents if that's been a distractant. And usually parents will take the phone away from the student. We have students currently that have not had a phone for 3 months because they are not following the expectations and their grades aren't being there. So we're trying to do that at this point, and then we'll see how that works moving forward. I know a lot of teachers are seeing a positive impact of their classroom management style to be able to limit that. Once they walk in, they put it in the pouch, and a lot of teachers are now catching wind of that expectations and going to implement that starting the next school year.
So what is the percentage then in the high school, the teachers that actually have the pouches? Is that something that every teacher has?
Every teacher has, I would say 90% of our teacher population has access to that, and we've provided or informed them that if they need one, that we'd order that for them, and that's again 1 through 35. So there's 30 students at the most, and now, in PE, obviously, it's in the lockers, for their activities, but, for a typical classroom, a lot of them are using it and they're seeing that impact because they're focused now on their studies and not other things.
So there has been a decrease in the use of phones or the distraction of phones?
This is my first year, so I would say yes. I mean, again, the referrals and things that have been brought up because of the phone situations has been minimal this school year, and that's brought to my attention by staff.
Like when they're doing math, are they able to use their phones? Or is that
If they don't have a
discretionary
calculator,
Yeah.
that's, again, and then there's also, some of our IEP students that, part of their plans are allowed to use their device. I know some students, that are, diabetic have monitors on there so they can see where their sugars are at, and that's connected with our nurses, so they're making sure their, sugars and blood sugars are, safe. So
That's
again,
on a
they're-
case-by-case basis.
That's a case by case for those individuals, but like I said, for the most part, I have not seen, staff not reported, like I said, that's not what's coming through my office of, behavioral issues happening.
So forgive me, I'm a little confused. So is this already in practice?
This was already written. Like, this has been, so again, we just, it's modifications, and making more clarity, like I said, updating the verbiage, again, earbuds or PDAs, there are some old, language that was written originally. So we just kind of modified that on the changes. So again, we made clarification of cellular and smartphones and other electronic devices must be powered off and on-site during the school unless it is used, again, Harder's using that for during lunch periods, Ignite, and, the Kaneland High School. Every building principal has the ability to make our own building policies that go with that. We've talked to the elementary schools, and principals and some of the 4th and 5th graders with smartwatches. Some of that has become a distraction. So again, each building, depending on the situation, can modify that, and it's been written already in the handbook.
So when you walk in the hallway and you see students, what percentage are glued to their phone, like immediately? Or are they heads up, they're conversing, or do you see them just?
Most of them are walking to class, because I'm telling you, you have 5 minutes, you're moving. So, maybe 10%, I would say. I mean, again, I don't see, they're moving because, like I said, I've seen students every day. I'm like, I've never seen you before, because there's over 1,200 students in our building. But they're not bumping into people. They're getting to where they're supposed to go, because that's what I try to help get them moving.
Beginning of the school year at the middle school, Infinite Campus, again, they've got Infinite Campus on their phones. They have their schedule. So some of the kids are walking around with a piece of paper that they're crumpling up and pulling out. Other kids have their schedule on their phone. That's the only time I've seen them out at the middle school, maybe 1 or 2 other times. And then it's like, hey, whoa, and they quick put them away.
But at lunchtime, they're free to.
In the cafeteria, and so some kids pull out Chromebooks and play games. Some kids pull out their phones, text, watch videos. From, again, first year here, from what I'm told, that's brought the volume level, that's brought the craziness down, the kids running around, like getting up out of their seats, the behavior issues. It's really brought a lot of those down, allowing them access to their phones for 20 minutes. And we're starting those pocket, I've got 2 boxes in my office with the little calculator pockets to put, I'm starting with exploratories, and depending on, they've been having some issues, and depending on the success of that, we may do more.
Just to not leave the elementary buildings out, all of our students are looking up as they're walking because we don't allow them to have their cell phones in our building. So just wanted to make sure we were clear on that.
Any other questions on cell phones or before we move to the next item? Okay, the next item is language that's already in our handbook, just adding some clarification. This is surrounding isolated timeout, timeout and physical restraint. Keep in mind, this is not a disciplinary action. It would only be used if the student is in imminent danger of hurting themselves or others. The clarity here is that as a practice in the district, we're already communicating with the parents or guardians of that student within 24 hours in written documentation, but that was not in the handbook. So it's just adding that piece that we are communicating into the handbook.
The next edition is detailing mental health days, and this is on page 16. So again, this was another public act that was passed in 2022 that we wanted to make sure that we included in our handbook as we were updating it. And so really what this is allowing, if students are allowed to take up to 5 days that we would be coded as mental health days. Students are not required to provide a note, and they must be allowed to make up any missing work from those mental health days. Also, to make sure, we wanted to provide that support for students. After the 3rd mental health day of the year, a school support staff, administrator, or other staff member can reach out to the family and or students to just inquire about how they are doing after that 3rd mental health day. So again, this was something that was passed, and we wanted to make sure that we included it in our handbook moving forward to make sure we were in compliance with that.
Is the contact after the 3rd mental health day, is that a state mandate or is that a Kaneland mandate?
That is, I believe, part of the act that was passed.
That was new coming out of COVID. It's a state mandate. It was new coming out of COVID for implementation last year, I believe.
Okay.
And that's out of a, not a monitoring phase, but a wellness phase.
Yeah.
It's to look out for our students, not to catch them using 3 days. It's to find out, communicate with them and their family to see if there's something else we need to do to support them.
No, it absolutely makes sense. I just wasn't sure if that was part of the act or if that's something that we as a district said, hey, after 3 days, I think we're gonna check on them just to make sure if maybe they need some additional help or something. Okay.
Yep, and like you mentioned, this was in place last year, but it was not part of our handbook, so we wanted to make sure that clarity was in there.
And then on page 16, again, we're just providing more clarity and detail for what an unexcused absence is. Currently, there was nothing defining what an unexcused absence is, which is, they're, just because we've gotten phone calls, they're out. So again, we're making it very clear and wanting, expectation, especially with the grading system changing back to traditional, that when a student is unexcused, the consequence of that with the assessments will be, again, we can go over that later, but like, just letting them know that it's gonna be, you can't just say they're out. Is everything okay? What's going on? We're gonna ask more questions because, again, we have very specific, again, all other absences are considered excused, unexcused examples of unexcused absence, even with parental guardian consent, include but not are limited to missing the bus, working, cutting class, transportation issues needed at home, and other avoidable absences. So again, we've seen a lot of trends of that happening this year. Again, previously I was a truancy officer for an alternative school, so we created things and having what the reason was of an absence, what defines unexcused versus excused. And we just want to make sure parents and students are accountable, especially in the high school level, as we're preparing them for work, preparing them for the next level in college, that they understand that showing up is half the battle, I always say. 50% of the job is just showing up. Once you're there, kind of there. So that is going on. So that's, again, we're just providing more clarity in the handbook. And then also more clarity on the student release from school. Again, and if a student is ill during the day, the student must be signed out in the nurse's office before leaving the building. Students should not arrange for parents, guardians, car services to pick them up or to leave school using their own car without first having seen by the nurse. When the nurse is not in the building, a student who is ill should report to the main office. If a student needs to leave during the school day, the parent guardian picking the student up will sign him or her out in the office with proper identification. If a student is a driver at the high school level, the parent guardian must call or email school officials with a valid reason for leaving the school, and the student must sign out in the front office prior to leaving the premises. Again, safety and security, we're trying to make that establishment and let them know that if you're leaving for a doctor's appointment, that's great. You still got to sign out, even though you're parked in the back. We don't want to make sure you are actually physically signing out. If you forgot something at home, that's not a valid cause or reason to be pick it up tomorrow, bring it to school. So again, we just kind of going there, and then jumping to any questions on those absences and stuff, and then going to grading and promotions for traditional grading practices. The high school and middle school. High school is a 70% formative So quizzes, homework, those are gonna be compiled into a 70% of the grade. 10% is summative, and then 10% of the other 10% would be, yeah, sorry. You wanna help me with this one, cause I am not part of that.
We put the cart a little bit before the horse here with just the meeting agendas and things like that. So there'll be a full detailed presentation on this at our next meeting, but it really looks at just aligning our grading practices 6-12 to the traditional grading. And this goes back to, I believe, our October board meeting. So there'll be a full presentation on that, but it outlines, because we do have a grading practices portion of our handbook. So it's just updating away from the standards-based grading language at 6-12 to the most current practices that we will be proposing formally next meeting.
So the last one, page 41, dress code. We removed gender-specific wording. Any questions on dress code?
And then the last change is something that was brought up from the cabinet, trying to do an expulsion amnesty clause. And in that, the new language is for unique circumstances. So the superintendent or designee may invoke an amnesty clause when nonviolent students are inadvertently in possession of a banned object on district property and turn them into a school official without fear of punishment. So that's, again, something new that we heard, that we wanted to be able to have that option. For example, someone accidentally has something in their pocket, they forgot to take it out, they can come and in the first thing in the morning, all right, thanks, again, it's not something that was found or it was something that they truly just forgot. So again, that's just something that the district, the superintendent or designee would be able to invoke an amnesty clause in case of that circumstance. Any question? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
guys.
A lot of work for your team, thank you.
Okay, no further questions or discussion. At this time, I will entertain a motion that the Board of Education approves on the first reading the student handbook that is aligned between early childhood through 12th grades to be implemented for the 2024 to 2025 school year.
So moved.
Second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Mankowski.
Aye.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Okay, now on to J7, which is the discussion of the Illinois Association of School Board Resolution process. Dr.
Yes,
White.
yes, thank you. Our Board of Education at a couple different times over the last couple of years, as part of the joint annual conference in November, we always, I think we assign or volunteer, voluntold, I think Ryan has done it, and Adam has done it a couple times. And on behalf of our district, attends a resolution meeting, and as we talk through the different resolutions, show up and vote on those resolutions. And then I know that as we came back in November, the board had talked about what would the process look like if we submitted a resolution. If there was a topic that this board felt strongly on, and again, to have it move forward, it has to be approved by the board. So it can't be just an individual person having a resolution. It would have to be board approved, and also there are a set of resolutions the state already has, and there's also resolutions that they have partially adopted or not adopted. So districts, as they look through this process and try to create a new resolution, we would submit it beforehand, and then they would let us know that has already been submitted and asked and answered, so wouldn't qualify. But if it is something new or different, it could go in there for either consideration to adopt it, do not adopt it, or do not present. So based on the conversation from the board, I know you wanted to talk about that. We can go about it a couple different ways. We do have 3 board meetings remaining. I don't want to push it down the road, but if there is a topic that the board would like more information on, or if we want to commit not commit, but create a subcommittee, a couple of us could, if there is a topic, come up with proposed language, bring it back to the board for consideration, see if the board does want to move through. And I know that the IASB does give us direction and does give us feedback on how to create the wording of those language, or any of the resolutions for possible proposal to the state, or to the IASB. So are there, as you reviewed this, and as we had the discussion before, I know it's late, but are there topics for consideration? Is there anything you would like to discuss putting it into?
Repeal of SB 100. I mean,
Okay.
Would it be possible to just get information on what's been proposed, what's been regarding SB 100?
Okay.
In the context of getting rid of it or reducing, I guess.
Okay. And was there a consensus on that? I want to make sure we had a consensus to at least discuss. Okay. Other topics? Because what I can do is I'll do the research, bring back what is either on the books already, what has been proposed in relation to that, because I don't want the board to spin their wheels creating a proposal or a resolution that has already been addressed and wouldn't apply. Just out of sake for your time.
We can't be the only district struggling with SB.
No, I know for a fact, Downers Grove 99, a bunch of the SASN districts are just up in arms.
Okay.
York.
Any others?
Suggestions or questions? Okay,
I'll bring back more information from the board.
thank you. So, no action needed at this time for that one. And with that being said, we'll proceed to the superintendent and board report.
Yes, out of respect for being late, I will let Sarah go first, and I know she'll, out of respect, I'm sure she'll stay and hang out, but, I'm sorry, Katie. Sorry, I was thinking of Sarah sitting right there. Sorry, Katie. Sorry. As I glanced over, I saw Sarah first, and then.
You can say something too if you want.
I'm thinking.
Sarah.
Thank you.
Do we want to let the rest of them go home?
Who?
Like all the people?
Oh, keep them forever.
The presenters know that when they're done presenting, if they need to take off for the morning, they're welcome. Yeah,
All right.
thank you, Katie.
As students are wrapping up the end of the school year, there are a lot of end of the year activities to look forward to and also reflect on. Last weekend, Kaneland Student Council had Relay for Life. While the event only lasted until midnight, students, staff, and family and community members were able to walk the track to show their support for cancer research, prevention, and patient care. Overall, I would say that the event was a success with the amount of money raised. Also, this past Saturday, many of Kaneland's upperclassmen attended prom at the Embassy Suites in Naperville from 6 to 10 p.m. For sports updates, girls junior varsity softball fell to Sycamore 18-2, but beat Rochelle 23-2. Girls varsity softball won against LaSalle Peru 9-4. Boys varsity baseball beat Forreston 7-1. The boys track team was the 2024 Peterson Prep champions. Girls varsity soccer also beat Ottawa 7-0 for their third straight shutout. And then, as this is something that I am a part of, I am happy to report that after becoming sectional champions, the Kaneland Crier placed 5th in state, with Allison B., Ava L., Lizzie S., Sarah S., and Audrey W. all placed within the top 6 of their category, which helped us earn points to place 5th, along with everyone else who made it to state. And then for the 4th year in a row, the Crier also had someone win All-State Journalist.
Yep, and Katie is being modest on this one right now because our all-stater is indeed Katie, so congratulations. Congratulations.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Someone.
And then we also found out that same day that we placed first in the Illinois Journalism Education Association for having the best hybrid publication, which is both print and online, and best overall publication. For upcoming dates, tomorrow, April 30th, the high school will have its NHS induction ceremony and academic awards at 6 p.m. in the auditorium. On Wednesday, May 1st, there is a band concert in the auditorium at 7. Also on Thursday, May 9th, there will be a spring choir concert at 7 p.m. in the auditorium. And then Versity is also coming back to KHS on Friday, May 3rd for a blood drive. And that is all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Katie. I do have a few things. Katie, I do remember your name, so I apologize that I didn't. Yeah, thanks, Katie. CAC met For the course of our last meeting, which is April, we did spend some time with the same group coming out, sharing handbook feedback, and we got some good feedback from parents as well as Mrs. Simmons who attended. And then also we planned a little bit for 24, 25, some of the dates and topics. And again, Mrs. Simmons attended. Based on the conversation, anything else you'd like to share from the meeting?
No, it was great, and thank you for the handbook, because I know there was a lot of parent questions and stuff like that, so you guys did a fabulous job tonight and then too, and I always appreciate CAC, and if we can get more people to join, so a plug for them to sign up and be a part of it, that would be great too, because their voice is well heard, you know, so, and I appreciate, they asked me some questions too, so.
Thank you, and I know Dr. Fuchs, in my absence last time, provided an update that we do have the press release that went out for committee membership for next year. So we have 3 or 4, 5 committees that we are looking for increased membership. Each of our meetings from Kaneland Connects to CAC, I made sure I brought a stack and I asked people to hand it, put it in their neighbors' mailboxes, hand it out to friends, neighbors, PTO friends, just so that we can continue to try to build all of those committees. So when we do get feedback, it's wide-ranging feedback and not just from a smaller perspective. Speaking of committees, Kaneland Connects met last week as well. We reviewed for our last of our 3 meetings. We looked at dates for next year. And one of the things we're going to try different with the Director of Communications now, we do have a video series for next year that's going to start. It's going to be called While You Wait. And David, do you want to share more? Dr. Mum, do you want to share more on it? Because you guys did way more work. I don't want to share it, making it look like I created it. It was more from feedback from other people, or do you just want me to go ahead?
I can do it real quick.
Okay.
There was 2 ideas that came out of the Kaneland Connects commitment team. The first one was to have a how-to video where there was a site on our website of where can I find certain things, like how do I go pay my fees in Infinite Campus, how do I access the proficiency tables, and it'll be a voice-over video showing them how to use more effectively the website or other systems that we have like Canvas or Class Dojo or Seesaw, those types of things. So the team brainstormed an initial list and then we added more at it at this past committee meeting. And then the second piece is to have a podcast that goes out right at 2:50 while parents are starting to line up. So the While You Wait podcast. So when you're sitting in your car waiting to pick up your elementary student or sitting on the bleachers waiting for the basketball game to start or track or football, the podcast will be shot out at those key times. And so you can listen to just a 2 to 3 minute snippet of different voices from around the district. What is MTSS? What is it like to be a board member? Hopefully we'll have some guest speakers on it. So we're going to start with David this summer videoing the screen ones and then also starting to do the podcast series and try to get as many done in the summer so that we can just put them out. So we're hoping to have some visitors for sure in the podcast.
Thank you.
Yep.
Very cool. Then the last thing I had, our next meeting, our student ambassador for next year will communicate that piece, introduce that student, as well as that will, oh, she's gone. That was Katie's last meeting, and I know we've asked for some feedback from Katie, what the process was like for her. Are there other things that maybe we can find for Katie for additional information and additional student voice that we'll work through that she'll share at the next meeting as well. So those are my reports under the superintendent and board report. Dr. Fuchs?
Nothing? All right, topics for future agenda. So, agendas.
I think we need some kind of mechanism where we can interact with them about the referendum.
So
That's
maybe,
my thought.
can we
Not a survey.
And not a survey.
Sorry. I apologize when you say them.
No, I meant like the community.
Community, okay. No, so the community?
The community, yeah.
Okay.
would that loop back into a takeaway under the referendum topic for, you know, when you're asking what we need? Would that just loop back into a takeaway for you to bring next time, like a opportunity? Rather than a topic for new agenda? Just
Yeah, it can be wrapped in that update,
Throw it
more
into the-
information brought back, yes.
Okay.
Because I agree 100%.
I guess the challenge, just to clarify, is it in the short term up until August to give you the feedback that you need to make those decisions? So community forum, community feedback, something like that to make the decision by August? Or is it as the decision is made and then more dialogue after that?
Are you asking for like a town hall or something?
Yeah, and I think more than less.
And have everybody that shows up write down and then, I don't know.
Somehow we interact with them, so it's not just they come to the mic, we listen to them, and then
Right.
3 months later we have an email exchange.
But you're thinking, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, I enjoyed the format of the superintendent search with this, when we hijacked the
Always go
CAC
back to
meeting.
that one. Yep,
Where we
that was
split into
great.
groups and kinda, I don't know.
That was a great, anything though, just to, and I think to answer your question, Dr. Layden, from my point of view, the sooner the better, and probably more than one throughout the procuse.
Okay.
But this is me.
I was
You
gonna
guys
say
have disagreed.
consensus. No, I just wanna make sure
you
there's a-
disagree. Okay, I obviously agree.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, public comment. We have one tonight for round 2, and that's Mr. Ralph Drendel.
The last 7 weeks, Ralph Donald, Elburn, Illinois. The last 7 weeks has not been fun for you 7, 8, 9 people, 10 people. Thank you for what you did for Kaneland kids. That's important. I just got one request, and it has to deal with Mrs. Simmons' statement. When they do the track and the bulldozer goes out there, bulldoze the bathrooms. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have a late night, yes, but we're just gonna do the one, so, oh, did you wanna go?
Yeah, real quick. I'll go really quick.
Why don't, go ahead.
I promised someone I wasn't gonna speak, but I'm going to anyway. She's sleeping. So, I'm Rob Riley from Elburn. Thanks for all you guys do. Wanted to say that first. Wanted to talk a little bit about the referendum. I'm a web developer. That's like my full-time job. So I work on billion-dollar sites. And one of the things that you have to sell is the experience. I think you really need to sell that with the referendum. My suggestion was a separate site. I just went on the Kaneland site. You can barely find anything on it. You need a separate site, I believe. Mark it out there. Have a place where people can get signs. Just have it everywhere. I know you're gonna have to shoot for the fences or aim for the fences. I'm a football guy, not a baseball, but whatever you call it. And just put it out there because everyone's got to know about it. And it really starts with that website. Social media, huge. Twitter, get a Twitter account, get an Instagram account, Facebook. Put this stuff out there everywhere until people are sick of hearing about it. And the second thing I wanted to talk about, and also talk to Elgin too, which that was my old district. They passed a $100 million referendum. Second thing I want to talk about is I would highly suggest not doing it in November. Do it in the next election after that, where it's not a lot of people. I'm not going to tell you why, but I know from experience that a lot of referendums don't pass when the more people show up to vote. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, the Board of Education is scheduled for a closed session to discuss the Illinois Open Meetings Act, Section 2C2, 2C11, 2C1, and 2C9. There will be no action taken following the session, therefore, after we vote to go into closed session, the recording of tonight's meeting will be concluded. At this time, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss Illinois Open Meetings Act, 2C2, 2C11, 2C1, and 2C9 at 10:57 PM.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Mankowski.
Aye.
Mr. Kleisner.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mr. Cook.
Aye.
Mr. McCauley.
Aye.
Dr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye. All right, we're now in closed session.